T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Go. GC. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Econ. Go. DeFeo. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on SM. Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. It's good to see you. The title for the day today is The Bank Trammps Knew All Along, Burn, Baby, Burn. So I just had this idea this morning. I was like, Burn, Baby, Burn would be a great song to play today. And I had no idea the name of the group that wrote that or that played that song was the Trammps. And I was like, holy crap, what are the chances that the back of the big tramp is something we've been talking about for such a long time? It's the bank tramp. we had no clue. We had no clue, but it was there in front of our faces the whole time. Burn, baby, burn. And so that's the title for the day today. And indeed, the banks are burning, baby. They're burning. And they're taking hits one after another. The contagion is not confined to just a few banks. It is spreading. There are more banks that are having problems. And I was sent a video, about an 18-minute video that I still haven't actually completed watching because I just started watching it this morning, of a gentleman who's got a YouTube video out there, basically is talking about how this is, a planned event. And, it really does feel like a planned event. And part of the reason that he discusses in the video is that he says the idea is to make a centralized bank by giving JP Morgan more than 10% of ownership in what they hold of all the market. They have violated certain regulations and laws. And the attempt, more than likely, is to create this centralized banking system. Why? We've said it a million times. You've heard it before. You know what it is. Centralized banking, digital currency. It's coming. It's coming. It's a plan. They're making it happen. They're allowing it to happen. And there may not be much that we can do to stop it. There's a lot here. There's a lot here to unfold. My hope is that somebody somewhere is going to take this to the Supreme Court and say this is not lawful. JP Morgan owning more than 10% is not what's supposed to happen. Hopefully somebody's going to do that. I don't know who's going to do it. I don't know if there's anybody out there who's willing to take that case, but they should, because if this is the plan, it goes against the rules and the regulations that are put in place to prevent this from happening. So I don't know, but it's not right. So Corey Jones says, pick a bank to poof. It seems like that, right? So for those of you guys who aren't aware, because it did happen in the aftermarket hours, and of course we didn't really talk about it together. I just was watching it and unfold with a couple of people who were in the back of the big tramp last night. And I'm going to go ahead and take you guys over to the full page here, but Silvergate, or not Silvergate, but Pac West and a couple others as well had these like massive drops. Pac West closed out the day yesterday right around let's see here, previous close 655 I think is no 642. 642 is what it closed out at, and then it fell all the way down to about $2.56. It was over, I think it was just around 60% drop in price overnight. We are seeing it starting to gain a little bit back from where it was. There were some others as well. I don't remember the names off the top of my head. Hold on a second here. I might actually have a text. Hold on a second. I don't. But one of the things that also happened. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick here. I don't think I have this on my. Let me. I have this on my phone. I'm going to send it to my computer real quick here, and I'll show you another page. Man, I really need my glasses. I got to put these. I can't look at my phone right now. It is so. All right, here we go. Sending. There. Where's my pop-up? Pop-up. I got no pop-ups. Let's try that again. Huh, well that's odd. Let me open up my, normally when I send this to my computer, it pops up, no problem. I'm not sure why it's not working, but let me try. Oh, here we go. That's really weird. It just now popped up. All right, here we go. Taking a look at the gold futures. They were up 13.9%. Some people have this. Some people are showing numbers much higher than what I've got right here. I saw that. I keep forgetting her name, but whatever her name is, the Dark Pool Queen. She was actually showing numbers as high as $2,080 for gold. But right now I'm showing 2,051 on the futures for gold right here. So the gold numbers are actually really kind of taking off here a little bit. If you go back about 5 days and you take a look at the gold prices, you can see that we're on a definite uptrend on gold. It's starting to head up here. People are rushing for the hills. There it is. BioLife's got PacWest, Zion, Wall are the three regional banks in big trouble. I should probably add those other two real quick here to my list. Let me do that real quick. There's Zion on the left-hand side of the screen. And Wall, Western Alliance. Also taking a big hit in the aftermarket hours. These, I would say that in reference to these. Let me just check the other one real quick here before I make this statement. But I think in regards to these last two, I mean the total value that they still have left over here, the residual value that the market's trading off of, doesn't tell me they're at extreme risk just yet. PacWest is definitely at risk due to the price. I mean, I know when we lost FRC, that's about the price that it was trading at. Was right around the $2-3 range when basically the FDIC stepped in and said, played the nope card, the angry kitten nope card. So yeah, not looking good. Donald Devoid, I've never suggested that the reverse split or the conversion would cause anything to happen other than give the ability for Adam Aaron to raise capital. So I think, and I think that's the common mistake that perhaps a lot of people are making, is that they seem to think that that's going to stop shorting, and it won't. It absolutely will not stop shorting from happening. So anybody who's trying to tell you that that's going to be the end all, save all of everything, that specific event, I think is wrong. I don't think they know what it is they're talking about, and they probably don't understand really the market mechanics behind why the important part behind the conversion and reverse split is the raising of capital. That's the important part. Thoughts on Bank of America taking the next place, then maybe Goldman Sachs. So on my list of banks, Corey, here's what I've got. I just moved Zion and Wall down a little bit here. Some of the big ones that I kind of see as potential failures are Credit Suisse, obviously. The douche bank is another one that I've got as a failure. But if you're talking about U.S. failures, hmm, I mean, I've always thought Bank of America would be one of the big ones to go first. So that's been Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and what's the other one that I always used to say? Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and blah. And I can't remember what the other one was. Uh, I'm drawing a blank. But I've always felt Bank of America was going to be one of the biggest ones. All right, so no, it wasn't Citibank. I don't think it was Citibank, Row. It was. I'm looking through the group of my. It was Wells Fargo, Bank of America. Oh, J.P. Morgan. J.P. Morgan was the other one. But we know J.P. Morgan's not going anywhere. J.P. Morgan's not. It might end up. No, I don't think it'll end up being Charles Schwab. I think it's going to be Wells Fargo and Bank of America. I think of all the big ones, of the really big banks, I think those two are probably more at risk than anybody. Um, I wanted to show you guys something real quick here, but I can't find it. Give me 1 second here. Let me see if I can find this again. I know what it is. So one of the things I did last night, and this is as I was going to bed, so I haven't had a real good chance to kind of dive into this, is I wanted to check PacWest's institutional owners. So I'm going to take you in, and we're going to take a look at it here real quick. Do note that PacWest is reporting, Fintel is reporting that PacWest has institutional ownership at 103.11%. Those are some big numbers. So who are the people who are going to be most impacted by the failure of price on this stock because they're an institutional holder? So I'm going to drag down here and we're going to look at the four biggest ones. Four biggest parties are we've got the biggest party is Vanguard. Second biggest is going to be BlackRock. Third biggest is going to be FMR LLC, and State Street Corp is going to be the fourth one. Vanguard, State Street, and BlackRock are three big ones all the time, all over the place in the marketplace. So they're going to be taking the biggest hits here. And so I scrolled down a little bit further on Fintel. And if you come down here, you can type in any institution you want to see what their holdings are. Of course, so I just, of course, had to type in Citadel. I wanted to see what Citadel looked like, and sure enough, Citadel owns a position in PacWest Bancorp, and they have more put positions than they have call positions, but the shares that they held outstanding is 276,000 shares, 276,912,000 shares. The interesting thing about this is that I kind of went through the numbers because I was kind of curious about the history on how much they've held in the past compared to what they hold now. And by the way, this if you were to go back in time let's get rid of this. Let me move this back over here and just show you this real quick here so you can see what it is I'm talking about. We'll look at PacWest. If you go back daily on this chart here and you look back to when it was the beginning of the year, right about here. At the beginning of the year, the value of PacWest price per share was about $22.50. I did the math and it came out to about $6 million for the amount of shares that Citadel holds currently, and also based off the last reporting on these numbers, because this last reporting was on their the file date was for 2/14, February 14th, but it was for data that we went back to basically like the end of last year of 2022, which I can show here in just a second. So it was about $6 million in what they held on to, but now that $6 million is only worth about $1 million. That's how much value they've lost out of it. It's not huge numbers. It could be far worse, but it is something that they've lost if they still have ownership. So, but I decided to come through here and take a look at what was kind of going on the history here on what the holdings were of Citadel, and when they held shares and when they didn't hold shares. And one of the things I thought was kind of interesting was if you go back in time and you take a look at some of this data in here, in the beginning of 2021, they added a substantially large position right at the end of March of about 500,000 shares, giving them a total of 2.173 million shares in total. They sold off their entire. They actually sold off 700,000 shares by 9:30 of 2021, and then sold off the remaining portion of their shares by March of 2022. So they actually had Citadel had 0 shares in holding of this company in March of 2022. So they had sold off a very large quantity of their position first quarter of 2022. Then they bought back in about in the second quarter of 2022 for about 500,000 shares, and they've slowly bled off shares each quarter after. So just kind of looking to see what the historical numbers are looking like and where their positions were created at, and where they decided to get rid of shares. But it's kind of an interesting history here. You could also look at like other histories as well, like Vanguard, the number one holder. You could see when they took ownership of much of their positions as well. They actually held more shares back in the third quarter of 2022 than what they currently hold now, but it was only about a $400,000 different, or 400,000 share difference. So they've definitely been bleeding off shares in the last quarter. You can see the profile. I'm not looking at what it is you guys are writing, but let me just check and see here. Arby says, Casey, don't worry. They said everything is fine. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, Thorbladed, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right about that JP Morgan statement there. I don't think they're going anywhere either. In fact, I think they are the pivotal point around the creation of CBDC, so I don't think they're going anywhere at all. We could click on. Do you guys have any other? Do you have any other institutions that you'd like me to look up to see if they hold a position on PacWest at all? Can you think of anybody that you'd like to see? We could look up like Susquehanna, if I can spell it. There it is right there. SQUE. Susquehanna. Okay. Susque. They're very sus. Yep. Let's see. Your Susquehanna has a position. They had less of a position than Citadel held at 177,000 shares. They have quite a large put position out here on the bank. Chase. Okay, let's check out Chase. Yep, they have about as big of a position in they only hold shares, but it's about the same size as it's a little bit larger than what Citadel held. Virtue. Let's check out Virtue. Nope. No holdings by Virtue. Let's check banks holding banks. Let's see. Let's check out JP Morgan. Oh, we just looked at that. Let's look at Bank of America. BOA. Bank of America held about 322,000 shares. It's about the same. Apollo. Nothing. Western Alliance. Nothing. Or wait, hold on a second. That may not be entirely true here. Northwestern Mutual Wealth Management Company might be a subsidiary, maybe. There are some holdings by some Northwestern Mutual Investment Management Company, Western Financial Corporation. So there are some positions being held here, but by maybe perhaps some subsidiaries of Western Alliance, possibly. So, yeah, see, Chris, this is the thing that I'm saying. Like, somebody's going to need to take that to the Supreme Court. If we want to avoid that centralized banking as a plan, then we need to take it to the Supreme Court. We need to file something that's going to stop this in its tracks. If there was ever going to be a time where we could stop CBDC from being a possibility, this would be that time. Somebody's gonna need to step up and file a lawsuit stating that it shouldn't be legal. Main Street cap? You mean State Street cap? State Street maybe? I think that's what you mean. State Street. I don't know what Main Street. I don't know what that is. No, that's not there. I think you mean State Street. But yeah, somebody's gonna have to step up and do that because now is the time to stop it from happening. I'm gonna call around maybe later today and find out if there's or look to see if there's any kind of proceedings on somebody maybe setting up a lawsuit against that transaction from occurring. My guess is there's not going to be a dang thing going on with it. All right, let's take a look at these numbers, guys. There's definitely a lot of institutions that are going to get hit by this, though. That's for sure. Contagion, not contained. My dog Bruno's just sitting here on the floor, staring at a wall. He knows I'm talking about it because he just started wagging his tail. But he's literally staring at a wall at attention. What's the deal? Why are you doing that? He's got his butt pointed right at me and he's staring at a wall. Why are you doing that? You okay? What's going on? I came over. Don't knock my coffee over. Good morning. All right, I'm gonna clean off my glasses here, guys, and we'll take a look at some of these numbers. I'm not sure why he's acting weird. He was literally like just sitting at attention, or not sitting. He was laying at attention, staring at a wall. It's a wall with a curtain with a big window to the front of the house. So I mean, he usually does lay down there, but he never lays at attention though. You know, like he's getting ready to like he's gonna move quickly. Not like laying down hunched over, but his legs like underneath him kind of thing. I don't know if you know what I mean by that. All right, let's see here. I got my glasses on. They're nice and clean. Let's take a look at what we got going on with these numbers. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Who knew that big tramp was going to be a thing? The bank trap. It was a bank tramp. Let's see here. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you are setting that up, if it allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive your passcode, not a bad idea to do so, as you know, never know when something's going to happen to your primary number, and you need to send that code to someplace else. I just got a weird, funky message show up here trying to get into my account. Also, please make sure you guys are taking pictures, screenshots, or video footage of your account, especially if you have a more active account. The more activity you have in your account, the more often you want to be taking pictures or screenshots, as you want to know what it is that you hold before any changes are made by your broker. Not a bad idea to have a little extra added safety into knowing what it is that you hold in case they decide to tell you that one day that you have something different than what you previously had. You'll have proof to be able to argue against it. Let's take a look at these numbers. Starting with price prediction tally points. I don't think anybody missed, but we all missed. We all missed, but nobody missed poorly. So Ape closed exactly the same at 152. AMC was up to 574 for a close, so a combined total of $7.26. Subtracting $1.50 out of that, the low side of that would be 576. The closest person to that would have been Eric at 552. But nobody hit that number, so no additional added bonus points. Yeah, we all missed. Yeah, we all missed. I'm looking at my number down here. I'm going like, yeah, I missed. we all missed it. But it was within our price prediction ranges. So let me add in the points here. let's take a look at the rest of the data. Starting with short exempt volume. 261.4 for AMC. And I really need to turn this into a dark spreadsheet. This is so bright. I feel like it's like, oh, when I turn it on, you can probably see it when I when I have the screen up. It's like, I can't see anymore. Let's check and see what Ape's short exempt volume was. Short exempt volume on Ape was 55.3 thousand shares. Very, very low number. We've got 4.36% up yesterday on AMC. It's really, really close to that 5% number that we need to hit. And then, of course, Ape was a flat 0% change. Let's check out that utilization, see if it's still 100% for AMC. Still showing 100% utilization. Let me verify the date. The date showing is May 2nd. That is not the current date. It is not updated. Okay. Normally by this time of the day they would have updated the data for this, so I'm kind of surprised to see that that's not updated. But this is usually why I check it, because you never know when every once in a while Vortex doesn't report the numbers when they normally do. I'm already 20 minutes behind schedule right now on doing the numbers, so I'm really kind of surprised to see that they don't have the numbers in here. But we'll have to come back and take a look at that, revisit that again in a little bit here, because as of right now, I'm still getting old data. So that's on utilization. Let me check everything else and see. Yeah, all the data is old here. All right, good to know. We'll come back and check that in a little bit. Let's see. Let's move down to Max Payne. I wouldn't expect to see any different numbers. I mean, we had a little bit of additional volume at a $6 price yesterday, but not enough for me to suggest that we should see a number higher, or a Max Payne higher at $6 by any means. So I think 550 is gonna be where it sticks at. Let's refresh it and give it a look see. 550 indeed is what it's at, and let's take a look at off exchange. By the end of the day, I would expect to see about 64% combined between off exchanges and EDGX. On AMC, we had 52.03% and 12.29. The combined total was 64.32%, so it was a very normal day by the end of the day. The total amount of volume going through CHX was 1.91 million shares. That was a little bit lower than the 30-day average of 2.5, but the amount of shares was 477.8 thousand shares going through that exchange, which is darn near the 500 number. That is just to me is a big number. So we still have some elevated amounts of CHX volume going on there. Taking a look at Ape. Final numbers for the day yesterday, we had 40.11% going through off exchange, and EDGX was at 7.89. These numbers were very, very low. We were looking at 16% lower than what it should have been by the end of the day. Majority of the additional volume went into the New York Stock Exchange. We're seeing like 5% more volume going through this New York Stock Exchange than normal. Some of the other big changes are the NASDAQ GSM was a little bit higher than normal, but not much. It started out the day a lot higher. CBOE BZX, that's the other exchange that was elevated, had another additional 3% going into that one than normal. Normally they see about 3.7% going through that exchange. It was 6.85 yesterday. So unusual amounts of volume going through international exchanges. I think that's, let me check that. Let me just make sure I said international. GSM should be, but Let me check the CBOE BZX. Let me check it real quick here. Nope, that's previously the BATS exchange. Let's see. In November 2008, the BATS converted its ECN to a national securities exchange, BZX, which allowed BATS to participate in and earn market data fees from the United States. Let's see here. It is an option. It does say here, it does say and foreign exchange trading services. So it could have been some more foreign exchange trading services that were, or what am I trying to say here? It could have been value or shares moving through foreign exchange trading services by going through that, but there does seem to be an elevated amount of international exchange trades being made. There might be something to that to investigate. Anyways, moving on. CHX volume was only 300 shares. Nothing unusual going on there. GME had an unusually high amount of shares going through CHX. It saw 1.06% of the total daily volume going through there with a 30-day average of 0.3, which ended up being about 33.5 thousand shares going through that exchange. That is an elevated number compared to what we have seen from the past. That may prove to be a price increase amount incoming. And then what you're looking at right now, that's FRC's data by the end of the day yesterday. We were talking about how it was kind of odd that it was suspended for trading, but yet we were seeing volume going through. And I think this was a lot of the options that were being traded through or being forced through, I guess, to close out positions. But you can see that there was definitely some volume there on FRC. Moving on, institutional ownership by AMC. Yesterday was 132.869 million. Today it's 132.87 million. Very small change up. And options. Highest amount of call open interest is at a $6 strike. Yesterday there was approximately 35.9 thousand contracts. There's now 37.7. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike. That is up from $4. At $4, there was previously 34.4 thousand contracts. There's only 34.2 at 4 now. There's now 31 point. Oh, I take that back. I was wrong. It's not $5 because I just stated the number out loud. It's 34.2 thousand contracts. So the puts at $4 went down from 34.4 to 34.2. That is the highest number. So we have open interest still kind of pointing towards a closing price by the end of the week, somewhere between $4 and $6. However, max pain is at $5.50. Taking you guys over the other page here, I'll put on a little bit of music, move a couple of screens around, we'll go over the rest of the data. All right, guys. As you can see here, this is the combined price of AMC and Ape. It's at currently $7.31. The megaphone that I drew out for you guys here, that's kind of showing that we're going to be having some increased amounts of activity going on here, going into this megaphone period of time where we've got a descending level of support and a rising level of resistance in price from historical past that we've seen is starting to occur, and you can actually see that the volume is starting to occur and rising into this extreme volatility. We're going to probably be testing this 715 more. I would expect to really test 715 again. It's been a very heavy point of contention from the past. I can't imagine that we're just going to slide right past this thing. So do expect to see that 715 tested again at some point in time here as the volatility starts to increase into this megaphone kind of pattern that we're seeing. Real quick, actually, I'm going to go back to that real fast. One thing I just want to state is if we can break this ascending level of resistance, the price should break pretty quickly and start to shoot back up and try and head for 878 and 950 price points that we've seen from the past as very difficult points to get through as well. So those should be some of the next testing points, provided we can break this trend. In regards to Vortex, it looks like the data is still reporting the old data here. Let me refresh one more time to see if they're finally going to get the numbers to us here. But as it stands, I am not seeing current data showing up here. Yeah, it's still showing May 2nd as the last data points here. So I can't give you guys any Vortex data this morning as of yet. We'll have to, I guess, check back on this later. Orders by Fidelity customers. These are the full orders for the full day yesterday. I don't expect to see AMC, Ape, or GME on this list due to the fact that we had some low volume yesterday. And we're not. SSR trigger price for AMC for the day today is at $5.17. Ape doesn't change because the price closed the same. It's 1.368. There's 900,000 shares available to borrow this morning. Looks like they did return 50,000 shares overnight. Actually really close to early this morning. And no borrowed shares other than what's been borrowed out of the ETS, which is about 9,000 shares so far. So not a whole lot of borrowing going on as of yet. We have fees are down to 177.4% from 182 that we were at yesterday afternoon. There's currently 125.3 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 38,000 contracts that are in the money. 143,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 18.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. Just over 100K in out of the money calls and puts going into next week. Futures. VIX is looking at a 2.41% increase on the futures. And we've got some markets down as much as as little as 0.04%, and then some that are down as much as almost 0.9% for this morning so far. With S&P 500 at 0.35, Dow Jones at 0.33. Big bank movers. Actually, let's just start here. Big bank movers in pre-market. We've got obviously PacWest at 35.83%. Zion is down 10.86. Western Alliance is down 12.75. Other big bank movers, we've got plus or minus 3% is what I'm looking for here. I don't see any others that are in that range. Ethereum Classic is down 0.95% this morning. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently showing down 0.14. Oil is up 0.25. Actually, no trading in the pre-market yet this morning, so that's old data. SPY in the pre-market is down 0.28. at about 406. It tried to jump up to 408. One of the low points it hit in the aftermarket hours was 405, and then it jumped up to 408, and now it's back down to about 406. Tesla in the pre-market is up 0.78. Amazon is up 0.68. Cinemark is down 2.08. Doge is down 0.84. Bitcoin is up 0.4 at 29.1K a coin. GME is up 1.06. HYMC is not trading in the pre-market. NCMI is up 2%. Hood is breaking even in the pre-market. Ape is down 1.32% in the pre-market, and AMC is up 1.39. Inflow versus outflow yesterday, there was approximately $1.1 million more inflow than outflow. 6,000 shares haven't been traded so far on AMC for the day-to-day. That's very, very low volume. The total amount of volume that we had yesterday was 24.9 million shares traded on AMC. That was just within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in the pre-market. Barely making my prediction on that one. Very, very low volume this morning. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 67.81, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 65.48, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, a little bit of whipsaw kind of going on early this morning, but currently more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 63.69, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 72.74, signaling overbought. On Ape, we have approximately $700,000 more outflow than inflow yesterday. 13,000 shares traded so far. It's more than double what AMC's seen so far in volume. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 49.13, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 44.57, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 42.82, which is slightly below average. No, that's below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 48.1, which is average. Let's take a look at Ichimoku Cloud here. On a 1-hour time interval, seeing price break below to break below the green cloud for the day-to-day, price would need to see something less than one. Well, it could stay even by the end of the day. If it stayed even with where we're at right now at a $1.50, this would break below the green cloud and meet the requirements for needing to break through a downwards trend through a green cloud. So maybe expect, and that could actually be a setup for perhaps a red cloud. You can see a red cloud maybe forming here in the near future, so that could set us up for a red cloud going into the beginning of next week. I'm actually from what I'm seeing right here, this makes me want to predict another day of sideways trading on Ape. So I said 151 yesterday. We hit 152. I'm gonna go with 152. Seems pretty obvious. I don't even think I need to pull for our chart on this, but let's take a look at it anyways. Lagging line, by the way, is right on price line. Conversion is below base. Price is below conversion. To turn this into a buy signal for the 1-hour chart, you would need to see the lagging line get over the price line and price getting over the base. So at a very bare minimum, before the day is over, we would need to see 157 to turn into a strong buy signal on a 1-hour chart. On a 4-hour chart, price is stalled out inside the cloud. Conversion is above base. Lagging line is above price line. To turn this into a buy signal for the day-to-day, price is going to have to jump above $1.54. Yeah. So we could see some pressure or momentum, anything above 154, and if we can get that pressure to continue on above 157, then we could see even some more price movement upwards. It's really starting to look like maybe next week would be the breakout here, though. On AMC, on a 1-hour time interval, lagging line is above price line. It kept up above it. It was since it broke, lagging line did stay above price line. Conversion is above base. This would be the first test of the conversion line right here. Normally speaking, we see the first test of a conversion line, a bounce off of it to a higher value above the conversion, and then you see a retest of the conversion. That's usually when price starts to drop below on the secondary test. But as of right now, the conversion is sitting at $5.77. We're at 5.82, so we're definitely over that. Seeing price staying above the conversion line is going to be the key goal for the end of the day today. So staying above 577 is going to be key. Actually, the bigger problem is staying above the baseline. We don't want to see it touch the base at 561. So I'm going to draw in 561. We got to stay above that. If we can't stay above 561, we'll be seeing price coming down some more. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is above price line. Conversion is above base. Price did a very hard test of both the conversion and the base, which is usually does not signal that there's going to be another price movement upwards. So this is actually a really strong bullish move that price made here. But again, keeping price above conversion and base is going to be ideal here for today on the 4-hour chart here, which is going to be 561 for the conversion, and the base on the 4-hour chart's 550. So 561 is the only number that we're going to have to maintain or do better than to see a continued strong pressure on buying pressure. We just had our pokey stick of volume. On AMC, hold on a second, let me get rid of this. On AMC, we had about 29,000 shares, giving us a total of 37,000 shares. 5 to 25 million shares is the highest I can predict on volume for the day today. It's looking like another low volume day on AMC. On Ape, we've got 58,000 shares going through, giving us a total of 71. Looks like we're getting a little bit of increased volume here. I'm actually going to do the same volume prediction. So normally I would say 1 to 20 million on Ape, but today we're getting some elevated volume in here. I'm actually going to increase my prediction from not 1 to 20, but 5 to 25. There's a chance that we see a little bit of additional volume kicking in for the day today on Ape. Let's take a look at one more time real quick before I go back to seeing what it is you guys are writing. I'm going to pull up Vortex one more time and give it a final chance here. Let's see if they finally got their numbers reported in this morning. I don't think so. Yep, still not reported. Very, very, very late today. Okay, let me check one more thing. Gonna go over to Twitter here, Twitterville. Check out Vortex. Let's see if they've got anything to say about it. Last tweet was 23 hours ago. Let's post them something. Tweet. I put at Ortex. Good morning. Out of curiosity, numbers have not yet reported for the day. Blink 2 times if y'all are okay over there. What's going on with you guys? What's happening? Oh my gosh. Maggie just reminded me. Maggie, thank you so much. May the 4th be with you. Happy Star Wars Day. My husband insisted that I say that. He also said he'd give points to watch. I'm not reading the rest. The Lion King says it's my birthday. May the 4th be with you, apes. The Lion King, I will toast out to the day to you. The Lion King. Happy birthday. I hope you have a wonderful birthday today. I will toast you out today. Do you have any special plans set up? Is the most important thing I want to know. Do you have any? Are you gonna go see a movie or what's for the agenda? I didn't put in a price prediction for GME here. I said 152 for a close on Ape. Let me look one more time real quick here at what we're doing on AMC and see if I can't get an idea for maybe where we're headed to. I really feel like we're getting really close to breaking out. I mean, we basically broke out of the wedge and then found ourselves right back up in it again. I don't know what this is all about. I'm not sure if this is because of the bank failures that were incoming or not. I have no idea, but I feel like we're still just trading right up in this wedge. I think at some point we have to break out of this wedge here. So I'm gonna go with maybe a I'm gonna go with a 565 I think price on AMC for close. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. 565. So I've got 717 for a combined price between AMC and Ape by the end of the day today. So I should be looking at 567 to 867 prediction. All right, candle watching it is, The Lion King. Well, you know where to come for your toast for your birthday. Earnings report is coming tomorrow, Sammy boy. We'll have that first thing in the morning tomorrow. And yes, I will put it on the live stream. 41 years old. Very nice. Shaw, how much can we see a price jump on the Q1 results out? I mean, historically speaking, we've had mixed reviews in regards to whether we move up or down in price. But I would say initially it's down. We usually see a drop in price leading into actually usually it's a price up just before the earnings report, and then you see a price drop right afterwards, and then usually 2 to 3 days afterwards we start heading back upwards again. So I wouldn't expect a price movement upwards immediately. Casey, don't be a pessimist. Well, I know what that says about you, Maggie. You're an optimist person, I guess. Andrew, you're welcome. Maggie says, Casey, butter and jelly on toast. I'm more of a butter only or jelly only, but not both. Well, yeah, not both. I don't usually do both unless it's pre-buttered. Like if you go to a restaurant and they've already got it buttered when it comes out on the table, like butter infused toast. It's usually one or the other. Einstein's got 601 to 901. Ooh, Einstein's going for a big jump here. I like it. Sorry, Island Dr. Moreau. It's just I'm seeing what I'm seeing, and I gotta go with what my gut instinct is. Butter, cinnamon, sugar is delicious. I do like that. That is good. I do like butter and sugar and cinnamon. Apex sounds good. No, I actually do put butter on pancakes. I love it with waffles. I love putting butter on waffles and syrup together. So I'm definitely a butter and syrup kind of guy. I don't really tend to do. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I don't tend to do the butter and jelly at the same time. And it's just because I don't want to mess up the knife for the next person. Because somebody always ends up using the butter knife afterwards. So I just don't want to. I don't want to give somebody who wants to put butter on their whatever it is that they're putting butter onto a jelly filled knife because nobody wants jelly in their butter later on, and nobody wants butter in their jelly. So so I just don't. I guess it's more of a minimalist kind of thing. Like, how do we use the least amount? Yeah, exactly. Contamination. How do we use the least amount of knives and still get away with having buttered or jellied toast? That's it. That's what it comes down to. We have a butter knife that we keep out usually with our butter, and so I try not to cross contaminate. But it's not that I don't like. I mean, I don't not like butter and jelly together. It's just it's literally a cross contamination issue. Aquatic Tour says use it. It's again just trying to save on utensils. If I have to get out a spoon, I might as well just get out another knife. It's not a big deal, right? At that point you're just going to use a utensil anyways. You might as well just use a utensil. So I'm just trying to. I guess I don't know why. I really don't know why I do it. It's more or less I just don't want to dirty up one more utensil. Lick the knife off first. One of our kids admitted to licking the ice cream scoop a while back when he was younger. And I can't even tell you how many times I would use the ice cream scoop after they had used it and not knowing that they were just licking it off. That's what that reminds me of. Hazel, I like that though. Licking off the knife first. It's not a bad idea. Sailboats or squares for your bread? Neither. I love sourdough bread. And the sourdough bread that I buy comes in loaves that don't look like squares. So, but I would probably go with full slices, never half slices. So, in regards to what it is you're asking, I would just say full slice or squares. Yukon says, Casey, I went to Walmart and took pics of the empty shelf where AMC popcorn was gone. So sad. I still haven't found it. You know, you can order it online, Yukon. I know, Maggie. Every single morning, one extra night. But imagine each person, though, right? If you got a family of like 6 or 8 people, depending on if you have guests or not. Imagine if each person decided that they were going to need butter and knife. That's 6 knives extra every single morning that goes into the wash. So I guess that's part of I don't know. Maybe that's the reason why. I have no idea. Apex says use your finger. Ugh. I think it's worse. I'm not sure what's worse. Opening up a jelly jar to get jelly and finding peanut butter contamination or butter contamination. I'm leaning towards it's worse finding peanut butter contamination. But that's just because you don't really want, I don't know. I think peanut butter contamination and jelly is probably the worst. Gorilla Gardener, I sent a response to Tony when he posted on Twitter, but I didn't hear back from him. I assumed that there might have been somebody else who picked it up. Highway Frog. I haven't heard anything about Canada at all. What about AMC popcorn in your jelly? I have never thought about mixing popcorn and jelly funky pizza records. And you've kind of got me intrigued now, and now I feel like I might need to put a little spread of jelly on a plate of popcorn next time I try it, just to give it a go, because I'm kind of intrigued by it a little bit, because why not? But that would definitely be gross. Popcorn in your jelly doesn't sound like it would be very appealing. Not leftover, anyways. Oh my gosh, Mega Hulk, that stuff weirds me out. You can buy, so Mega Hulk is saying, laugh out loud, not contamination, it's homemade Smuckers. You can buy mixed peanut butter and jelly, and it's swirled into. I don't know how they do it, but it's like this like perfect swirl in the container. That is the weirdest product I have ever seen in my whole life, and it really weirds me out to see. Um, because I don't think that it says refrigerate after opening. Mega Hulk, and so that scares me. It scares me to no end. I won't eat that stuff because I just like I mean I shouldn't say I won't. I've eaten it on many occasions. I don't want to eat it because it just scares me. Maggie, I have a feeling that you probably have that problem for a lot of things in Maine, not just AMC. I would imagine. I think Maine probably gets forgot a lot. But Donkey Kong says it looks more like an ascending channel to me. What did I say? Did I say descending? If I said a descending, I made a mistake then. You know what I meant. Scott says, strange you Americans with peanut butter and jelly. I don't get it, but each to their own. It's good stuff, man. I prefer peanut butter and honey, but jelly's good too, though. I don't know if it's the same, though. I don't know if it's the same. The jelly, when we talk about jelly and the kind of jelly that you guys have, I think it's different. Sammy Boy says, Casey, do you have more Ape than AMC shares? I believe I do. But not by much. Barry says jelly is jam in the UK. Hmm. Sammy Boy. Okay, so Sammy Boy, you've never tried peanut butter and honey. Hold on a second. I gotta help you out here. If you've never done this before, there's a couple different ways you can go about this. So let me help you out here for just a second. I got hold up everything, guys. Hold on, we gotta help Sammy Boy out here. There's two different ways you can go about doing your very first experience. You can pre-mix the peanut butter and honey together, so that you have the honey, so you have basically a honey peanut butter, which is actually really good. If you've never tried that before, if any of you guys have never tried actually pre-mixing the honey and the peanut butter together, it's amazing. It's a really good thing. But I'll tell you what's even better. When you go to put down the peanut butter, put peanut butter on one slice and put your honey, drizzle your honey over the other slice and let it sit long enough to go pour yourself a ice cold glass of milk. Not just a glass of milk, ice cold, meaning you've got ice in it. Ice ice cubes, not chips. Don't do crushed ice. And so when you get done pouring your glass of milk, ice cold milk, you go slap those two slices of pieces of bread together that have the peanut butter and honey. And what's going to end up happening is that the that honey that you put onto the bread is going to kind of almost caramelize the bread and give it almost a little crunchy kind of taste. There's a very specific method to this. If you just put the peanut butter down and drizzle honey over the top, the peanut butter is not going to do what I'm telling you. And then Mr. Finance says lightly toast the bread. Absolutely agree with that too. If you want to toast the bread first before you do any of this, that might actually affect a little bit the adding the honey to the toast and having it infuse into it. But I'm telling you that there's something about that crispiness of the honey in the caramelization that occurs in that process of soaking into the bread that you just can't your mouth can't ignore. It can't ignore it. Your mouth sits there and goes like, ah. it's the best thing ever. But try that out. It's really good. Just depends on what kind of experience you want to have. Yukon, don't knock it till you tried it. Ice and milk is the best thing in the whole wide world. You will never ever stop doing it once you start doing it. Don't drink your milk like a slow what are they don't drink your milk like a sloth. Drink it like a real man. Chug it. It is super super good with ice in it. Don't let it sit there. If you let the ice melt into your milk, then absolutely I fully agree with what you're saying. Might as well just start buying 1% milk, because there's no difference at that point. Hazel says syrup and peanut butter mixed on crackers. Yep, that's good stuff. Oh, that sounds so gross, Yukon. Tendies Plus Plus says my great aunt called it moo water. Yeah, try it out, Sammy boy. It's quite, and I'm telling you, with the milk part of it, it's an experience. I think you'll enjoy it. All day 365 says banana, peanut butter, and honey. I usually skip the honey on the banana and peanut butter all day 365 just because I find it's too sweet. I think banana and peanut butter together on a toasted sandwich is perfectly fine without the honey. I don't normally add the honey to that. It makes it just a little too sweet for me. Have you tried cheese and jelly? No, I have. I can't even. No, I don't think I could try that. That sounds gross. I always thought that ketchup and eggs sounded really gross too until I went on an Atkins diet, and when I got past the ketosis part, or the initial, what is it, like 2 weeks, but you get to ketosis and then you can start having sugars again. I started adding ketchup to the eggs to kind of just spice things up a little bit or give it some flavor because I was just so tired of eating eggs so much, and it really was excellent. It was the most greatest thing I'd ever tasted in the whole wide world. I was like, I don't know why I skipped out on ketchup and eggs all the time, but um, it's maybe I should try it. Cheese and jelly on bread. Sounds interesting, but I don't know. I mean, it sounds kind of gross too, though. Maggie says milk and diet A&W root beer fools your tongue into thinking it's a root beer float. Yep, done that before. Not very often, but it's like a poor man's root beer float. James, unfortunately, it's just food. We're on food topics again here. Yeah, Barry, I'll give it a try. I mean, I can't sit here and tell you guys to try something and then sit there and be like, I'll never try that. That sounds gross. I gotta try it. I'll try it once. Cheese. So basically just grilled cheese with jelly on it, essentially. Without, I guess maybe without the top bread too. I'll try it. Why not? All Day 365 says ketchup in the great state of Texas is salsa. I think my wife is probably agreeing with that in her head right now. Somebody eats pizza with bananas? No. No, no, don't even go there. Who does that? Who eats bananas on their pizza? That's so gross. That's way too far. That is way too far. I don't know who does that, but I won't go that. No, I will not ruin pizza with bananas. You can't get me to try that. There's just no way. Mexican rice with bananas? That seems odd. I might be willing to try that, but it just seems so odd. I get it, right? Like you kind of like that little spicy ting to it with the sweet to go with it. I could see where that might taste all right, but I just don't know if I'd want to go there. Oh, Barry says I need cheddar. All right, I'll make sure I remember that, Barry, because that I would have used like a Mexican blend of cheeses. So I'm glad you warned me what kind of cheese I need. That probably makes a big difference. Jay says it's break time. Good morning, Menjit. Splinter says it sounds like a rice pudding. Yeah, it kind of does. Like it's a mouth rice pudding. Like it's not actually a rice pudding until you start chewing it up, and then it is. It's a self-made chewing rice pudding. Yeah, that sounds gross. All right. Let me put up a message here for you on the screen, and then I'm going to take a break here. I really can't imagine anybody putting. I understand the pineapple. I get that. It used to be one of my favorites. I don't eat it anymore. It's more pepperoni and bacon for me now. But I can't even imagine putting banana on a pizza. That just, oh, that's not right. That's just gross. I can't even think what time I'm gonna be back at. That's so gross. All right, I'll be back 15 minutes before market opens. I already got my price prediction in here. Apex says he's gonna get back to me a little bit before market open as well. I've got 717 as a closing price combined between AMC and Ape. We're currently at $7.33. That would be a little bit down from where we're at right now. I am seeing futures on the market not looking so hot. We're looking at S&P down 0.42% right now. VIX is up 1.9, so it's actually it just dropped to 1.65. Starting to head back up here a little bit. You know what I have tried before, Golden Key growers? I've tried chips on like your sandwich. You know, like the classic, like crunch up some chips on your sandwich, or put chips on your sandwich and then kind of smash it with your fist a little bit. No, you don't want to like smash it, but you want to just kind of crunch those chips down a little bit, and then that's actually pretty decent. And depending on the kind of sandwich you're eating and my wife's making food right now. That smells so good, hun. That smells. Well, bacon smells good. She goes, it's just bacon. But depending on what kind of sandwich you have, you know, like a turkey sandwich with Doritos, Cool Ranch Doritos smashed down on it is a pretty decent sandwich. Kenny says bologna with ruffle. You know, you can really add ruffles to anything, Kenny. Believe it or not, you can actually add that to a peanut butter sandwich, like just straight up peanut butter. Try ruffles with peanut butter. It's actually not a bad sandwich. I've only done it like once or twice in my life, but it's actually pretty decent. I don't think I've ever mixed the ruffles with bananas or honey or anything like that, but definitely just straight up peanut butter and ruffles. Good stuff. I mean, not good enough to where I've done it multiple occasions, but it's different. It's good for a, hey, I just feel like something a little bit different, but using the same exact ingredients that I would normally use. I would normally have a plate full of chips anyways, and a peanut butter sandwich. I might as well just mix it ahead of time. That's essentially what it is. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna go to break. I will see you back at 8:15, just before market opens, and we'll take a look at what we got going on. I'll try and give you guys a little bit better of an idea as to you know, I might change my price prediction based off of what I'm seeing in pre-market just before market opens, as it does seem like the market is starting to kind of take a swing towards the positive side here. The VIX futures are at 2.16 down percent right now. We'll see. See you guys in a bit. Alrighty, good morning. I am back. What are these futures looking like here? VIX is showing up 3.16, so it's looking even worse for the market right now. Hold on one second here. Okay. I see a futures on the VIX at 3.16 right now. It looks like it's actually, let me make sure this is correct here. That's still from last night's data. One thing I wasn't able to pull earlier this morning was Vortex data. So let me go ahead and pull that real fast here and see if we can look at this before market opens. I do generally like to see what those numbers are if I can before the day starts. So just I can kind of get an idea for what we had for movement from the previous day. And it looks like they're reporting now. So let me take you guys over to the other screen here while we take a look at some of these numbers real fast before market opens. We have had some borrowing already this morning, so some of this data is going to be current and live. We've had 52,000 shares borrowed so far this morning on AMC. Utilization is at 100% still after reporting the correct number for May 3rd. So we are day number 77 now of 100% utilization on AMC. And on Ape, we are at, what's utilization there? 53.69%. That is a little bit lower than what it was. It was 55.74 yesterday. And let's take a look at what we got going on here. See, on loan amount decreasing slightly day over day on AMC. We went from 174.12 to 173.23. So we're looking at about 0.89 or 890,000 shares having been returned. Give me 1 second while I write this down. Short share interest of the free float will drop because of that. The estimate in it anyways dropped from 25.53 to 25.47, so 0.06. This means Vortex is estimated that about 311,000 of that was in short interest that was closed out. And on loan average age per day, as a result, dipped. That is 2 days in a row of dipping momentum, guys. That means we have a 15-day timer that we're going to get to start here when we stop seeing this dip. We need 2 days of upwards momentum on this number. We did dip day over day from 119.47 days on loan average age per day to 116.66. So it'll be exciting to see how long that continues to drop for, but we should see an incoming price increase, a significant one, once we see that kind of level out and start heading back up again. Security lending volume day over day was slightly down from 25.55 million to 19.91 million. On Ape, we're at 5.19% short share interest of the free float. Let's take a look at the utilization. Utilization decreased day over day, like I said. Went from 55.74 to 53.69 on loan amount, slightly, actually very, very slightly down, 0.02, or 20,000 shares returned yesterday, and that's it. -0.02, that's not very much. That's not really going to do anything to short share interest of the free float. Should stay the same. It went from 5.19 to 5.19, and on loan average age per day, let's see here, still increasing. Went from 76.34 to 77.34. Security lending volume Definitely drastically dropping from 11.5 million all the way down to 189,000 shares in security lending volume yesterday. All right, finally got to go through those numbers. Apex says, I have a fuzzy feeling we see a little green today. AMC closed at 578 and Ape closed at 152 with a combined price of 730. So he's got 580 to 880s for his price prediction for the day today. Slightly higher, about 6 cents higher than what he suggested from yesterday. Einstein's got the big jump for the day today, guys. He's got 601 to 901. I said 530, it's 580. Sorry. 580 to 880. But yeah, so I've got the low end of the stick right now. Unless Eric comes in with a prediction lower than mine, I've got 567 to 867. We'll have to see what Eric puts in here. I'm going to send him a quick message just to make sure. Oops, no, not the right one. All right. Yep, very big day tomorrow. Christopher Bates says, top of the channel, I drew on 15 minutes is $6.33 by close. 611 in the middle. Let's go for it. I hope so. Long Jericho says ape utilization lies. It doesn't really. I have not seen any leaked estimates on earnings. Matt says, I feel like AMC could kill earnings and the corrupt markets will still bring it down. More than likely. Yeah, I could do a poll for that, Bird Eye. Maybe a little bit later I'll set one up. Yes, Shauna, very, very low volume for the day today. Absolutely correct on that. We are not. I should say though, Shauna, the Ape is actually seeing a little bit higher volume than normal. So that kind of gets me a little bit excited. I like seeing a little bit of extra volume there. Not a whole lot. So I did up my prediction from 1 to 20 to 5 to 25 million shares traded. I'm pretty sure we should do better than 5 million shares traded for the day today. Yesterday we did 9.7, so there shouldn't be a problem with that on higher pre-market volume. I actually don't. Let me see here. Let me pull up. Let's see. May 5th. As of right now, and I'm only looking at EPS, the estimates right now I'm seeing down 0.16. or negative 0.16, I should say. I think there's a better website that will give me this information. Pulling up Zach's report here. So Zach is saying the movie theater operator is expected to post a quarterly loss of 0.17% or 0.17 per share in its upcoming report, which represents a year-over-year change of positive 67.3%. Revenues are expected to be $936.05 million, up 19.1% from a year ago quarter. So 936 is what Zach is estimating. And let's see here. Yeah, I don't see any adjusted. That's what Zach's is going for. 936. All right, 90 seconds. Let's get this show started. See you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Go. GC. Go. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Eco. Go. FAO. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. Coming. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who want to steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! That's right. That's where I like to fling some poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. I had no idea. I can't make this stuff up. I told my wife, I was like, today, after seeing what happened to the banks in the after hours last night, I was like, the first song that popped up in my head was "Burn Baby Burn," and so I looked it up. I pulled it up on YouTube, and it says that the group that played it was the Trammps, and I'm sitting there going like, what, the Trammps? Seriously? I'm like, what are the chances that, we've got the back of the big tramp, burn baby burn, it's the bank tramps. So the title for the day today is The Bank Tramps Knew All Along. Burn baby burn. It's all connected. And you're right, Mac and Bees. It is all really completely connected. I had no idea. I had no idea the Tramps played that song Burn Baby Burn until this morning. I'm not a history buff on names for groups or anything like that, so I had no clue. But I couldn't think of anything more appropriate of a song to play than today to play Burn Baby Burn in regards to that. So what did happen? Some of you guys may have not been a part of seeing this in the aftermarket hours last night, but I'm going to throw this up there. There's a couple different banks that had some serious problems. We've already got Pacific West already halted once again. But what I want you to see here is I'm going to take this to a 1 hour chart here, and you're going to see that last night there was this massive downwards pressure in price. The market closed yesterday at about let's see, what did it close at? I think it was previous close 642. 642 is what it closed yesterday, and then it found in the aftermarket hours a 256 price. It was a 60% drop in price on Pac West Bancorp. It was just nasty, super nasty. I was watching it as it was unfolding. I was just sitting there going like, "Wow, this is insane." We've since added two other banks to this list as well. Zion, which is the Zion's Bank Corporation, and we've also added Western Alliance. They both also had some very large quantity price movement downwards. They closed yesterday. Let's see, Zion closed yesterday at 22.66. It's down to 20.82. Not nearly as significant. It did drop to 18.90 at some point in the aftermarket hours last night, and then Western Alliance closed yesterday at 29.57 and went down as low as 18.31. So big drops on some of these banks. I think there might have even been a couple more as well, but we've already got PacWest halted again here in the opening market period, which, oh my gosh, it's not happy. It's not burn, baby, burn. I feel like I should just play it again. Let's go round two. Burn, baby, burn. the bank tramps. They knew all along. I just named it wrong. I said big tramps. I meant to say bank tramps. This whole time, I had no idea. I never knew I could be so right without knowing I was right. Just I guess how things kind of work out. Yeah, man, 46% down right now. They're fighting. It's a fighter. Anyways, Taking a look back at AMC here, we've got AMC is up 0.87% for the morning at 579. We did have a bit of a rundown ourselves on the backside of this Bollinger Band here. Usually when you see that much activity on a Bollinger Band, you see price to attempt to try and reach back up to the simple moving average. This was pretty close right here. Not quite there, but it was pretty close. We should see at least a test on that simple moving average before seeing another continued run down. Let's see here. Maggie says, "Where were you in the late '70s? The Trammps were a disco favorite. Get hustle music." I was a wee little nugget in my mom's belly button area in her womb. I wasn't born until '76, so I actually didn't get into music probably until mid to late '80s. I really started. That's when I kind of entered into the music scene. So I was late. I was late to the party, unfortunately. Joe says Wells Fargo is also going down. Let's take a look at some of the different banks here. Put you guys on the other screen here. Big movers. PacWest, obviously, with 47% down right now. Zion down 7.46. Western, what is it? Western Alliance, 18% ish. U.S. Bank Corp is down 5.08. Charles Schwab is down 3.08. Those are some of the big ones. VIX is up 5.13. We got about 15 more minutes here, just a little more than 15 minutes before we take a look at the numbers, guys. But VIX is up 5.13% for the day today at 19.28. Please read the channel rules before starting to chat in the description section. Yes, please do. They just want big banks to be able to hold more assets so they don't get margin called. No. So as I was stating earlier this morning, there was a video that I was watching where somebody, I forget what his name was, he was suggesting that a lot of this is planned and they're trying to create a central bank. They don't want to have these big, huge conglomerates of banks all over the place. They want to try and filter this all down into one centralized banking system. J.P. Morgan already defeating the limitations on how much a bank is supposed to hold, as they're over 10% now. So, yeah. Consolidation is definitely looking like what is something that they want to accomplish. Albert says, but Casey, you're kind of folk and classic rock. The 80s was synthesized crap. But it's still part of my history, though. I loved it. Even though it was synthesized crap, I still liked it. Dr. Zena says, channel rules seem to be lacking any mention of hot cotch. First Horizon down 39%. Is that another one I need to add here? FHN. It's another one. All right, we'll add this one too. So many banks. My banks list is just gonna keep growing more and more and more. I worry it's just gonna be too big at one point. Weekend Warrior says, hi Casey, do you think because shorts are attacking banks, that is why the SEC is taking action? They've been doing it again retail for so long, and now they're taking action against hedge funds. A little bit, Weekend Warrior, but I also think I think they want that to be part of the plan. So, I mean, if you look at what I mean, they basically said that they're not gonna stop banks from failing. I mean, they pretty much have already identified the fact that they're okay with this consolidation. So I'm gonna lean towards maybe they're taking some action to make it look like they're doing something, but they're not really like. Um, I don't think they're trying to stop bank failures from occurring. I don't. I was grunge hair when I had hair BioLife, so there was never any hairspray involved for me. Let's see. Actually, Glenn, I've got a different song in mind. Jason's got the master copy for a song that I'm going to be playing for tomorrow of one of our own apes here on the channel. So we're going to have a special song played by a group that has a member, the guitarist, listens to the channel here. I don't know if Jason's here or not right now, but he could say hi if he wants to. And then tomorrow's a big day for us, with the earnings report. I also have, I think I have. I hate saying this in advance because when it falls through, it always makes me upset because I feel there it is. There's Jason. It always makes me feel like when I say these things, it's like I'm jinxing it, like it's not going to happen. But I'm supposed to have two guest speakers tomorrow, uh, which one of them very, very well. Most of you should know very, very well. And I think you'll be excited to find out, or you'll be excited to see who it is. And again, I don't want to really announce it until it happens because I just don't want to jinx it. But the other guest speaker that I have, you may not know who it is, but I heard her story. She told a story on a space call. It was an excellent story. And I told her, I said, you know what? I sent her a DM and I said, I've got to have you come and tell this story sometime on my live stream. And the reason for that is that I think it is really, really, it's one of those great inspirational stories that I think is just got to be told. I cannot imagine not having her tell that story and have it being recorded historically. So I'm really looking forward to perhaps having her on as well tomorrow, and then having her tell that story to you guys. And I think it's great. I can't wait for it. So I'm really excited about tomorrow. I think tomorrow's gonna be a fun day. I'm looking forward to it. Uh, you guys really want to know who it is? Like, do you want me to just surprise? I mean, do you is it Christmas early or do you want? It's Christmas Eve. You really want to open up the present on Christmas Eve? Yeah, Yukon says Fuzz Friday. He's got some new versions of Buy and Hold that I think I might be playing as well. It's at ninth. Shoot, you got me guessing again. I want to say it was at 8:30. I'd say 8:30. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I will tell the person I'm interviewing to tweet it out. I'm gonna send her a message right now. I'm gonna send her a message. I'm gonna tell her I don't advertise stuff like this, so I'll let her do it. I'm sending it to her right now. right. So I just sent her a message and I said, I told her, I said, I don't advertise guest appearances typically, but if she wants to tweet it out, it's up to her for her to decide whether or not she's gonna tweet it out or not. So I'll let her decide whether she wants to tweet that. That'll be up to her. Because then it doesn't, I don't want her to feel like like I'm saying like, oh, you're definitely gonna be here kind of thing, because like stuff comes up sometimes, guys, in life, and I don't ever want to like force somebody into like a commitment of having to be someplace at some point in time. I just don't. Life happens, and I get it. And so if it doesn't happen tomorrow, then it doesn't happen tomorrow. That's the way it is. I'll just be okay with whenever, you know. Just I'm easy going. Roseanne says Megan Kelly and Joe Rogan. Gosh, that would be cool. John says, does she whisper stocks? No, I'm gonna go with a no on that one. I mean, maybe we can get her to whisper a stock. Maybe she'll whisper AMC to us. AMC. Maybe we can get her to do that. I don't know. But guys, whenever I do have a guest, please be extremely respectful of the guest, and I know there's going to be probably people who come in with some negative comments, and and that's I'm not here to censor you guys or anything like that, but if it's way inappropriate, I'll probably just either have my mods remove it or I'll remove it. So just try to be respectful. I almost want to give you a point for that SC formula said, is it fanny pack Matt? Because I'm saying like it's a her the whole time, and then SC formula comes in with, is it fanny pack Matt? No, no, it is not fanny pack Matt. Fanny pack Mac. No, that is not who it is. It is not Hester. No, nothing like that. Oh man, you guys will be happy. It should be somebody that'll make you guys happy to hear from or talk to. So it I feel, in my personal opinion is that she's probably one of the most unified. Unified is not the right word I'm looking for here. Probably one of the most unifying people within the ape community. So and so that kind of excites me more than anything, because if there's been one person that I could say, like, if I had to point to one person and say like this person did so much for this community along this process, it would be this person. I can't think of somebody else who has gone out there and done more things to advocate our position and what is it we're standing for more than this person. So I'm just saying, it's cool. The ability to be able to have an interview like that and sit down and be able to like document, what it is, like you've been here for this community, like this is so cool. Like, let's put you down in history. Let's put you down in history for like, this is what you did. Let's identify it and let's call it what it is and say, hey, this is cool. So we'll see. Boomstick says it's definitely Charles. You're getting warmer. You guys are definitely getting warmer here. So I'm really, and the thing that really excites me about that the most is that tomorrow we're going to have the earnings report, and regardless of what happens to the price, regardless of what's going to happen to the price tomorrow, to be able to talk to this person on the day where I think we're going to have a pretty decent quarterly earnings report is significant, I think. Petro says Nancy Pelosi. Okay, at least you guys have moved on to the right sex here. You're getting warmer. A lot warmer here, that's for sure. Nancy Pelosi. We got a Michelle Obama in here. No, not AOC. No. Josh nailed it on the head. It's Martha Stewart. It's not Martha Stewart. Oh man. We got 3 more minutes, guys. We'll take a look at the numbers here in about 3 more minutes. I don't have a time. I know you guys probably want to know what time the guest speaker is going to be here. The second guest speaker, I think, is going to be in the last 30 minutes of trading. So normally I would have the back of the big tramp open for us to kind of talk. But I'm going to reserve the last 30 minutes of tomorrow for this the closing day of the bell for this story. This inspirational story that I want you guys to hear, and I think it's beautiful. I think it's absolutely just amazing. So hopefully we can get that story in tomorrow. Oh, Pirateborn nailed it. Monica Lewinsky. No. Albert says every time a bank fails, an ape gets its wings. That's pretty good. I like that. Greta Thunberg. Oof. I don't think she would. I don't think she would approve of our markets over here at all. I wonder if Greta's for CBDC. Ooh, that's a good one to ask her. I would love to ask Greta if she's for CBDC because it does take paper off the table. But then it uses electricity, so I don't know. Like, where does that fall in that whole we need to make the earth better kind of thing? Like, is it better to have a digital currency in regards to that's actually really. I'm actually really kind of curious now what she would say to something like that. Like, what do you think of CBDC, Greta? All right, it's time, guys. It's time to take a look at the numbers. AMC is up to $5.90. It hit a high of $5.93 here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page real quick, and we're going to take a look at a few numbers. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. And let's take a look at what we got going on here. Before we do, typical disclaimers. If two-factor authentication, if you don't have it set up for your account, make sure you do get it set up. It's a great second level of security against keeping somebody out of your account. When you do set it up, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive the code, not a bad idea in case something happens to your primary. And then I'm also asking you guys to please, please, please take pictures or video footage of your portfolio. If you have a really active portfolio, you want to probably do it daily. If you have a less active portfolio, you can probably get away with it weekly, but do it because you don't want to be that person that comes back to me or anybody else and says, I'm pretty sure I should have different amount of shares than what's showing up in my account right now, and I have no proof. If you say that, I'm going to be like, there's nothing I can really do to help you out. You can just file a complaint with your broker and that's it. Please don't be that person. Have proof. Take that few seconds that it takes to take a snapshot of your portfolio and save yourself massive headaches down the road. Please. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Starting on the top left-hand side of the page here. Price prediction tally points for the day today. Let's see if I got a message from Eric on this one. Nope, guess not. Okay, he's going with the same numbers he had yesterday. Let's see. We've got. Remember, this is not financial advice. This is just for apes trying to figure out what closing price on AMC and Ape is going to be by the end of the day. I don't have the low end of the totem pole since Eric's taking his numbers from yesterday. I've got 567 to 867. Eric's got 552 to 852. Apex has 580 to 880, and Einstein has 601 to 901 for combined price of AMC and Ape by the end of the day. Not financial advice. Short exempt volume on AMC was up to 261.4%. Ape was at 55.3 thousand shares for short exempt volume. AMC utilization is on day number 77 and 100% utilization. Ape at 53.69%. Day over day price increase. AMC was up 4.36% yesterday, and Ape was up 0%. It was a flat close. Max pain for today is $5.50. No change from yesterday. Off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange to be right around 44%, and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Right now, we've got 49.61% going through off exchange. EDGX is 14.07. The combined total 63.68%, or about 9.68% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 0.02 with a 30-day average of 2.49, so nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Ape, 38.15% going through off exchange. That number is pretty low. EDGX is sitting at 6.76. Combined totals 44.91%. That's 9.09% less than what it should be by this time of the day. It's really, really low numbers. Where is all the extra volume going? NYSE, as of right now, NYSE, the New York Stock Exchange, the New York Stock Exchange ARCA, and the NASDAQ GSM all have elevated amounts of volume that they don't normally see. So something is definitely going on. Money is moving across exchanges here, and a lot of it does seem to be going through foreign exchanges as well. On GME, GME had some elevated CHX volume yesterday. So far for the day-to-day, 0. Oh, on Ape, CHX volume 0.01 with a 30-day average. It's 100 shares. Nothing going on there. Taking a look at institutional ownership earlier this morning when we updated it, it was at 132.87 million shares owned by institutions. It's now 132.904, so there was an increase, ever so slight. Options, highest amount of volume so far for the day today is at a $6 strike. That's what it was yesterday. We have currently 7.7 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5.50 strike. That's where it was yesterday. There's 1.9 thousand contracts. Let me take you guys over to the other page while I move a couple different screens around. I'll give you a little bit of music, and then we'll take a look at the rest of the data. All right, so here's what we got going on here. What I was kind of showing you guys before was that we were going to get this like megaphone kind of action from this historical trend that we've seen as that's becoming a descending level of support, while we have this ascending level of resistance that we're seeing here. So it's kind of creating this like megaphone kind of period of time here. We should be seeing increased volume with this megaphone. As we see price moving upwards, what we're really going to want to see is a break of this rising level of resistance. We almost got a break of that earlier this morning. It was really, really close, but did find the resistance there. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $7.38. The higher we stay above $7.15, the better. So far for the day today on AMC, there's been a reporting of 172,000 shares being borrowed. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 5.2%. So far for the day today, we've only had. Oh wait, I'm sorry guys. This is Ape, not AMC. AMC is reporting 788,000 shares having been returned. That's going to have an effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 25.42%. Cost to borrow min is at 320.09, average is 328.63, and max is 336.39. Here's our utilization at 100% utilization for 77 trading days in a row. On loan amount day over day decreased slightly from 80 or by 890,000 shares from 174.12 million shares to 173.23. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float slightly down from 25.53 to 25.47. And the on loan average age per day has now gone down 2 days in a row, which is the one of the indicators that I see most often for indicating when a good big price increase is incoming. This did drop down over 2 days and is currently it went from 119.47 to 116.66. When this does find a bottom and then starts going up for 2 days, that's when I'll know that we're within 15 trading days of seeing a significant increase in price. Taking a look at security lending volume, it did fall a little bit for AMC day over day from 25.55 million shares to 19.91. On Ape, there's been 172.9 thousand shares having been borrowed. That's going to increase the short share interest of the free float to 5.2%. Cost per borrow min, average, and max are all the same value at 9.23% due to the fact that there was only one borrow having transacted so far for the day-to-day. Utilization is slightly down day over day from 55.74 to 53.69. On loan amount, basically almost flatlined. There was 20,000 shares having been returned. Went from 24.04 million shares to 24.02. That's not really going to change the short share interest of the free float any, and it did stay the same at 519 to 519. And then the on loan average age per day is still increasing since there wasn't a whole lot of shares returned. It went from 76.34 to 77.34. Security lending volume massively decreasing from 11.5 million shares down to about 189,000 shares in security lending volume yesterday. With low volume, I wouldn't expect to see AMC, Ape, or GME on this list of Fidelity most heavily traded stocks based off of orders, and we are not. Nothing unusual about that. SSR tripping price for AMC for the day-to-day is at $5.17. Ape is at 1.368. Shares available to borrow is at 900,000 shares. Since earlier this morning, we've seen 50,000 shares borrowed, and that's it. There's been about 10,000 shares borrowed out of the ETFs, and it looks like those have been returned. This is a super, super low borrow day-to-day so far. Very, very low. Fees are at 177.4%, which is a little bit lower than one of the higher fees that we've seen. A couple days ago, it was 217.1%, so that is a little bit of a drop there. Currently, we have 125.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 38,000 contracts that are in the money. 143.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 18.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is currently down 0.4, Dow Jones is down 0.79, S&P 500 is down 0.6. We have 3,839 decliners to 2,284 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing. And let's take a look at these banks again here. Biggest movers, PacWest down 42.91%, First Horizon is down 36.78, Zion is down 6.71, Western Alliance is down 27.05, U.S. Bank Corp is down 6.44, Charles Schwab down 2.79, those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is currently showing down 1.74% for the day. The US dollar is currently up 0.07. Let's pull that back out to a daily. Let's see here. Oil is currently showing up 0.98. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.19 to 0.26. and the SPY is down 0.56. VIX is up 7.25. VBR is down 1.56. VB is down 1.15. Tesla is down 0.22. Amazon is up 0.46. Cinemark is down 1.24. Doge is down 1.97. Bitcoin is down 0.94. GME is up 1.02. HYMC is up 2.81. NCMI is down 4.2. Hood is down 1.85. AMC, or Ape rather, is up 0.66 at 153. And AMC is up 1.48 at $5.83. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, we have approximately $1 million more inflow than outflow. 5.1 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. It is definitely elevated volume from what we've been seeing lately. After 50, no, how many minutes is this? After 42 minutes worth of trading, that puts us on a pace for 47.35 million shares traded. By the end of the day today, I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25. It looks like I might end up being wrong today. Looks like I don't mind being low on my predictions, so I won't be too dissatisfied. I don't like being wrong, but let me just make sure I've got this right here. Yeah, 43 minutes is how long we've traded for. So there's some elevated volume going on here. Taking a look at the 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 67.72, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 65.34, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.85 or 84, which is that's above average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53, which is just slightly above average. Taking a look at Ape, so far for the day today, about $20,000 more outflow than inflow. 1.6 million shares traded so far after 43 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 14.51 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25. Ape actually had some elevated volume this morning that was suggesting to me, or making it look like we would see more volume today than we saw yesterday, which was only about 9 million shares. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.77, which is just slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.91, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.99, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.8, which is above average. Taking a look at the Ichimoku Cloud on the 1-hour chart. I know I'm not saying it right. If you're new to the channel, just accept it, roll with it. Somebody thought it'd be funny to call it an Ichimoku. Taking a look at the Ichimoku Cloud here. Lagging line is above price line. Conversion is below base, and price is currently trading above the cloud. By the end of the day today, the cloud's going to be at around $1.50. Based off the numbers that I'm seeing on this chart right here, we got to get the lagging line above the price line, which is going to be 157. So this 1-hour chart here kind of leads me to believe that if we don't see 157 by the end of the day today, we could see momentum downwards on price. Could is the key operative word here. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is above price line, conversion's above base. If we were to break above $1.53 or 54, we could start seeing price run, and we're at 153 right now. So it's really kind of at that pivotal moment right here. Is price going to be able to break out of this cloud, or is it going to become stagnant and fall just slightly below 150 at some point today and start to move a little bit lower into the cloud? We'll see. We'll have to wait and see. On AMC, on a 1-hour chart, lagging line is above price line, conversion's above base. We've been hugging the conversion line for most of the time since we started touching it in the aftermarket hours. Normally I see, whenever I see this happen, I see price usually touch the conversion line the first time and then bounce off of it, going a little bit higher and then coming back down and touching. Once it touches the second time on the conversion, it starts to move down towards the base levels, and that's when you get your breakdown going down. So we may not see that happen. We may still see some more price improvement here. It just really depends on whether or not price hits this base, which is at this point in time is about 567. If price drops down around 567, it very well could drop to about, I don't know, 560 range ish. Yeah. We're at a very pivotal moment right here. It's all the marbles are lined up to break one way or the other here. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is above price line. Conversions above base and price is above all that. We have had one very strong touchdown on the base, which usually suggests price is going to start heading downwards, and we didn't see that happen, which is extremely bullish. To see the reversal on that little reversal that we had going on means that we're still trending in that same path here. If I throw up my on the 1-hour chart here back again, you can see we were trending up this wedge here, ascending wedge here quite nicely. We broke out of it, and I thought for sure that was going to be the point at which we were going to start trading around 530. And broke out of it, and then broke right back up into that wedge again. So we're really just trading right inside that same wedge that we were trading in from the past. And I mean, this is some good momentum upwards. It's not very often that you see, especially on an ascending wedge like this, you don't typically see price break above to the top side. If it does, if it breaks out to the top side of this wedge right here, man, who knows how high we could go. It could really start taking off. Fomo will more than likely kick in. So I'm kind of expecting that breakdown to the bottom side. So taking a look at that 4-hour chart, this is where the break down, and of course, remember my chart wasn't made for the 4-hour chart here. It was made on a 1-hour chart, so that it looks different than what it did on the 1-hour. But price, I would expect to start, dropping it down here to maybe retest things like 558, 542. Going in the near futures. If it does break, $5.61 is what I've got listed right here on the base for a 1-hour chart. If we hit that 560, oh, it's 567, not 561. Why did I write 561 down? Let me check this again. For some reason in my notes down here I wrote 561. It's 567. Maybe I just wasn't reading well early this morning. If we break below 567, I would suggest that the next break below that would end up being for somewhere around 555. And if it breaks 555 or touches 555, that's when we could see a fall down to the cloud, which would be around 523. So very, very pivotal moment for us right now. The borrowing, unfortunately, does not suggest that there's a lot of buying pressure. However, even though there's not a whole lot of buying pressure, we're not really seeing price move anywhere either, which means that there's not a whole lot of selling pressure. So without selling pressure, we probably won't see price move anywhere, and usually you would see some kind of borrowing occurring in order to generate selling pressure, and we're not seeing that. So we're kind of at a stalemate, hence the consolidation. Plague says, Casey, quit being a Debbie Downer. That just means you're an optimist, Plague. Yukon says options are not your friend, not financial advice. They are massive poo patties to be very, very careful of, for sure. It's okay to step in the poo patty. Sorry, I said it backwards. It's okay to see the poo patty. It's okay to smell the poo patty, and it's okay to taste the poo patty, but don't you dare step in it. Don't, whatever you do, don't step in the poo patties. Apex says tweet sent Casey Greta Thunberg at Greta Thunberg asking for a friend. How do you feel about CBDCs? Wow, I kind of hope she answers, just because I'd like to know. That'd be cool if she answers. How do you see if you get an answer on something? Hold on a second here. Oh. Did Vortex respond? They did not. I don't know how to see. You guys are gonna have to help me out here because I'm not incredibly savvy on sorry, I'm reading through some okay, so if I'm on Twitter, let's say for example, if I'm on Twitter and I were to say at somebody, right? Like like Greta, let's just say Greta for example. If I were to type in at Greta, how would she see that? Like how would that show? Would that just show up in her live feed? Like where would she go? You get a notification. Okay, so she would see it as a notification then. But if she's got hundreds of thousands of notifications, she might miss it, is what you're telling me. Because I miss stuff all the time. So how would I know? So if anybody ever says at Casey, I gotta watch out for that then. Okay, gotcha. Now I know. It would pop up in the mentions. Oh wait, where's mentions? Hold on. Oh, here it is, mentions. I didn't even see that tab before. I just saw it just now. This is new. I don't do this stuff, guys. This is not me. I'm not a social media kind of the fact that I'm doing this YouTube channel is so outside my comfort zone. You'll never even understand how much outside in my comfort zone this is. It's not even close to funny how outside my comfort zone this is. The only thing that allows me to do this is the fact that you guys aren't literally sitting right in front of me. If there's really 365 of you sitting in front of me, these conversations would not be happening. Dynamite says, "You mean you're not an influencer?" No, I'm really not. I'm not an influencer. That's not the kind of person I am at all. I mean, it would be cool if I was. NC Proud Dad says, "Right, that's the excuse. You don't respond to my tweets. I don't. I didn't know how to do that. I didn't know. I just now saw a notification. Let me show you. I just now found it. I went to where was I at? I was under notifications all. I didn't even realize at the very top up here that I had verified and mentions. I had no clue those were even up there. I open up. I usually see notifications. I'll go to notifications and I'll click on it. Oops, you guys can't see that. There you go. I'll see notifications and I just click on notifications. It takes me there and then I just scroll through my notifications. That's all I ever do. I've never clicked on mentions or verified in my life. I didn't even know that those existed till just now. I had no clue. I don't do this. I don't do this stuff, guys. I'm not into this. Hazel says, Casey, you're conquering your fears very well. Thank you. If you say so. I'll take your word for it. I don't. It's not hard. It's not hard when nobody's really sitting in front of me. So it's a lot easier. Tech We Love says you could at her actual handle use her name in your tweet and use a hashtag of her name as well. So what does that do? Because I don't know. Philip says, "Morning, Casey. If our whole theory of buy and hold is based on synthetic or counterfeit shares, with Adam Aaron not or with Adam Aaron being recorded multiple times stating that there is not any synthetic counterfeit shares thoughts, he hasn't said that. That's not what he's saying. You're misconstruing what it is that he's saying. What he's saying is what's important to him right now is making the company profitable. What he's saying is that there's no proof of those things existing, synthetic or counterfeit shares. And he's absolutely right. There is absolutely no proof. Every time that he is how many times is it now? Was it 5 or 6? I can't remember if it's 5 or 6 times. He's gone to the DTCC 5 or 6 times now and requested a share count. And every single time that he's requested that, he has gotten back proof of 0 synthetic or counterfeit shares. You cannot claim that there is something in existence, especially when you're the CEO of a company, that something is in existence if it doesn't exist and you have no proof of it. So you're misconstruing what it is that he's saying. He's just simply stating that he can't come to you with any physical evidence of what it is that we claim that there is. Now, of course, we know that there is more. There's plenty of different things that all of us can look at and identify that there's additional shares out there that are supposed to be being held. And not only that, but Adam Aaron said it himself out of his own words. In his own words, Adam Aaron has said that Ape would show whether or not there were synthetics in existence, and he was right because they did. It absolutely did show. And it showed the fact that there was way more in existence than could possibly be held out there, because the amount of shares that were issued to shareholders of record at that time. And the amount of shares that were issued were more than what institution plus retail holds, meaning that there's more shares in existence than there's supposed to be. So if you go over, Philip, and you take a look at how much institutional ownership there is on Ape shares, you're going to see that it never was higher than less than 1%. So he can only tell you what it is that he can prove. And he's been very, very clear in his words about what it is that's been going on here. So you know what's happening. You just don't want to admit it. Pirateborn says, "That's my feelings about Discord. I told my sons I was fearful my participation would open a path to hack my accounts. They laughed. Apparently it doesn't work that way." What I would say to you, Pirateborn, is just don't ever click on any links that you're not aware of what they are. If you don't know what a link is in Discord, don't click on it. I absolutely have heard the recordings, Philip. Absolutely have. Well, I don't, Philip, and this is because I know what it is that I hold. Maybe you don't know what it is that you hold. The bigger question is, why in the world would you want to know what on the spectrum mentally ill teenager thinks about something so important as CBDC? The reason for Yale is that I'm curious whether or not because it's almost like you have paper currencies, which are not very friendly to the earth. And then you have CBDCs, which is a digital currency, which isn't very friendly to the earth. So it's almost like it's a trick question for anybody who's maybe like a green person or somebody who wants to save the earth. There is no real right answer to this. It's like there is no. And so I'm just kind of curious which way she would lean towards. My guess is that she'll probably lean towards being for CBDCs, only because it allows governments to control what people do with their money, which could potentially mean that forcing people to spend money on things that are more green. So that's it. Just curious. Mr. Loco says some people have not gotten their ape yet, and many didn't get their proxies to vote for the conversion. I have proof of that. I know that there were some people that didn't get their ape. I didn't know that was still the case. But I would say this to anybody who has not received their ape shares yet. I don't know who your broker is. I don't know who it is. But you really, really, really strongly need to reconsider who it is that you're investing through. Because you should have been issued ape a long time ago. Apex says, I only asked Greta because I'm a cynical ass. That's kind of the reason why I would probably ask too. Boomstick says, I click on all links. What could go wrong? The Prince of Persia is sending me $1 million for loaning him 5K. Squeeze soon. That's pretty funny. Hold on a second. I gotta look real quick here, guys, and make sure that I posted up the points for yesterday because I don't think that I did. Yeah, I did not. Give me 1 second here, guys, while I kind of add some points together. I want to delete this on my board before I accidentally delete it with my hand. So let's see here. So Joe Ponce, I owe 5 points for yesterday. Let's see here. Did you go back to Ponce or is it Pounce still? I don't know. Let's see, 5 points for Joe. Censor content added to his points. I still have to go back and re-add in Monday's points to all this. Pirateborn has points. Witness for Christ has a point. NC Proud Dad has a point. A point. Dino Mike has a point. Sorry, I just gotta add these points in real quick here. James of Arizona has a point. How's Arizona over there, James? It's getting pretty hot. John Hannaford has a point added to his points. All right, I got to go back and retally the points for Monday so that I can add those in because I accidentally, well, I had a computer glitch that caused my computer to reboot overnight, so I lost some information. But today's movie trivia is going to be Bruce Almighty for the last day to end out the week here. So unfortunately, I can't tell you guys who's the point leader right now for movie trivia until I go back and add up Monday's numbers. But as it stands without Monday's numbers, I can tell you that we have in third place we have Frank Lehman with 4 points, Joe Ponce in second place with 5, and Censored Content with 7 points. They can, Billy. They absolutely can, and they'll absolutely be able to after a reverse split and conversion as well. And so the question that we need to stop asking ourselves is how do we stop them from being able to short a stock and instead ask ourselves how do we get long institutions to start buying the stock? Because that's where you're going to get price discovery from. Boomstick says, yeah, I thought it was like who's line. They don't matter. Doug says, bingo, we need buyers. Yep. And they need to be institutional buyers. Doesn't matter how many retail buyers we're going to get, that's not going to help us. It literally will do zero for us to get additional retail buyers. What we need is institutional buying. And the reason for that is that it protects price. I actually had a big old conversation last night at a really odd time in the morning because I had taken a really long nap last night before I went. But it's gonna sound really weird. I took a nap before bed. I did. I took like a 4-hour nap before bedtime, so I woke up and was up for like quite a few hours in the middle of the night last night. But I had this like really long conversation and in regards because a lot of it was stemming around like the idea of DRS. And what a lot of people don't seem to understand is that all of this, everything that's happening around us, all stems down to institutional buying and selling and has nothing to do with retail. Zero. You do not impact the market. Period. You do not, let me repeat that. You do not impact this market. Zilch. You have no impact here. You do not matter. Exactly as Joe says. If you want to see price improvement in this marketplace, you have to get institutional pressure for buying. That's where it comes from. Go back and look at GME. You can look at it. If you go back and you look at GME, let me pull it up here so I can just show you guys. If you go back and you look at GME's institutional ownership before the squeeze in January, and you look, I've got it pulled up right here. I'll show it to you. Let's go back and look at this. This is June of 21. Here's December of 20. Here's your squeeze price. I don't know if I can change the. I don't think I can change, but you can see the spike in price right here. The total amount of institutional ownership at that time was 80 to 90, somewhere right between the 80 and 90 range of shares. Add 3 zeros to that, and you get 80 to 90 million shares were owned by institutions. If you know anything about how many shares were outstanding at the time, it was 69 million shares was their float. Institutions owned on their own over 100% of all of the shares. Why did price spike? Because institutions were protecting the price. That's why. They were protecting it. They were holding the price, and they were holding anybody who was shorting it accountable. We can't do that. We have no ability to do that. GME now has the same amount of protection as it did to the January run-up of 2021. But guess what? Their outstanding shares is 4 times the amount, which means that this is only a quarter of the amount of holdings by institutions. Why isn't price running up? Nobody's protecting it. Nobody who's worth a damn is protecting this price. If you want to see price improvement, you gotta let the market trade the shares. If you try to hoard the shares and lock them up, you will get no price discovery. None. You cannot lock your shares up and expect the market to trade lit market. All the market will do is say, oh, you don't want us to trade on the lit market for price improvement? Okay, then we'll just go ahead and make money through derivatives. We'll keep knocking down the price, and we'll just hold a very bare minimum amount of shares and let you take the hit. That's what they do. But nobody wants to understand the relationships to what this means. This is why it's so vital that AMC becomes profitable. Because once we become profitable and we don't have debt killing us, institutions will want to start buying again. Why? Because when AMC starts issuing dividends, they're not going to want to get stuck holding that bill. That's going to be direct money out of their pockets. So what do? They start buying. Is this story time with Scary Casey? No, I'm being harsh, Savvy, because like legit, like people don't understand this relationship between institutions and what's going on here. It's crazy. I just don't understand why nobody gets it. No, everybody seems to think that we have some kind of amazing impact on the marketplace, and we have zilch. Not a damn impact at all. But we can cause some impact to occur. Josh, so long as the company is not profitable and the short thesis is still there, the answer is yes. Tech, so brokers are still going to lend shares, right? When you don't DRS your shares, your broker's still going to lend shares. And I know you're going to sit there and be like, no, but it's in a cash account. They can't lend my shares if they're in a cash account. So that's not happening. And I'm like, yeah, they do. You know as well as I do that they're still lending out the shares if they have ownership of them, right? They're telling you you've got a placeholder. If they're actually holding on to the shares for you, they're going to be loaning them out because there's money to be made there. They're not just going to sit on their hands and go like, "Oh, we can't loan these shares." Nah, come on. You know what I'm talking about, Tech. They're going to be loaning your shares. So that's the difference. Why is that important? It's important because the lending of shares is the creation of short interest. Why is short interest important? Because that's what causes a short squeeze is short interest. If you have no short interest, you have no short squeeze. You have to have short interest increasing. You have to get those shares lending. If those shares are not being lending, you have no short interest. It's a circle. It's a circle of pain for anybody who's shorting a company that's going to start going upwards in price. VIX is at 14.12%. I'm getting reports from some of you guys saying the SPY is tanking. Let's take a look at it real quick. We got about 15 more minutes before I look at anything else. SPY is down 0.9. I wouldn't say it's tanking, but it is down 0.9. We're probably really close to my mark here. We're on the last day of my box where I said I thought we could get to 389 by. We're definitely lagging behind my time frame schedule, but part of what caused that to be the case, and I did extend my box out, was that three-day detour that the market decided to take, a 3-hour tour that seemed to put us on Gilligan's Island here. So now we're heading back down in the direction that we were headed before. 400 is going to be the first sticking point. We've got a Fibonacci retracement at 401. Watch for there to be some support at about 401, and then if it does break past that, you could see that run down to 389 at some point. Just sit right back and here's a tale of a fateful trip that started out these tropic isles aboard this tiny ship. I think it was something like that. Casey explained this. Do not include synthetic or derivative exposure to equities. ETFs should be categorized based on the assets that the fund holds and should only be included in listed equities. Wait, hold on. Explain this. Do not include synthetic or derivative exposure to equities. ETFs should be categorized based on the assets that the fund holds and should only be included in listed equities. You cannot count on shares that are being traded through ETFs as being a part of the assets that are being traded on a security. They are segregated as a they're segregated as an asset attached to I don't know how to explain that. They're attached to an ETF. They're no longer attached to the security. But the price of the ETF does affect the overall underlying price of those shares that are attached to it, and hence the price of the stock. Which, in a roundabout way, really kind of, and if you think about, and I think I've mentioned this on a couple times before, what that causes things to occur, the way that kind of causes things to occur is you can tend to end up having ETFs controlling share price of the market. So you have overall ETFs controlling price movements of general sectors. But you can't account for those. You can't account for. Do not include synthetic or derivative exposure to equities. ETFs should be categorized based on the assets that the fund holds and should only be included in listed equities. ETFs should be categorized based on the assets that the fund holds and should only be included in listed equities. Yes, I mean that's only the prices of the stocks that are inside of the ETF should be counted towards the price movement. In other words, I think what that's trying to say right there is that any derivative of an ETF does not move price. What moves the ETF price is the attached assets. That's what that's trying to say. Apex says, real question, CBDC. Oh, what are your thoughts on? Oh, okay, you're just saying what you wrote. Okay. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean. Sorry about that, Philip. It's fixed. So what that takes me to, NC Proud Dad, is essentially like if you look at the amount of share, like this just takes me back to that one time when we talked about like how much can you short an ETF, right? Can you short an ETF? And if you can, how much can you short it by? There is no limitations by how much you can short an ETF. So in regards to any kind of synthetic shorting or naked shorting that's occurring on an ETF, there's no limitations. The amount of shares that are held. See, this is the problem that I have like with ETFs. You can go over to any given ETF. I mean, we'll just take like VBR, Vanguard. Vanguard's largest holding of AMC is VBR, and if you pull up the key statistics on it, which I'm trying to do on the page here, so you can see, and now you can see it. If you pull up the total amount of shares outstanding or the float, you will find that there is nothing listed. There is no float. There is no outstanding shares available. That just not it's not there. There is nothing. But yet, if you go over to your options, you can trade options, but there's nothing there. There is no shares available to be borrowed or exchanged. But yet, you can have an options chain. So how do you get synthetics? Well, I would ask you this. I mean, you can go and you can look and see how many you can pull up. You can pull this up and check and see. Let me pull up the web page real quick here. Hold on one second while I pull it up. You can go to ETF.com, I believe it is. Let's pull it up here real quick. There it is. And we can pull up VBR, right? And we can say, okay, well, how many shares are supposed to be outstanding? Small cap value ETF. And this says right here that it says assets under management are 23.61 billion. Okay, well that doesn't really tell us how many shares there are. Let's see here. I don't see the information listed on here. It has 846 holdings. You can get an idea for how much each one of the holdings have as a percentage, because there's actually like a breakdown of each holding inside of it and what percentage that breakdown is. But what you're not going to find is you're not going to find a amount of shares. It's not going to be here. Let's see if we can find it someplace else. I'm gonna put this back to AMC while I try and look at someplace else real quick here. And yet, but yet the average, you do have a volume that's being traded, so it should have like some kind of, it should have a share quantity that should exist. Although the price should be traded based off of the combined conglomerate price of the positions that are held inside the ETF. I don't see it. Take you guys back over here. I think there might be one place I can pull this information up from. Outstanding shares, 150.37 million. That's what I'm showing up here. So you have 150.37 million shares of VBR outstanding. But yet you don't have any, there's no statistics that tell you whether or not there's what's actually being traded. On a daily basis, you can see by going to VBR, you can see that it trades. Let's see here. The total volume for the day today so far is 166. Let's see if it has a 3-month volume here. No, it doesn't have a 3-month volume on this, but it looks like it's trading 166,000 shares so far for the day-to-day. Shares outstanding is 150 million. That's a pretty low number. Let me pull up 50.37. I should probably write this down. Let me pull up something real quick here on Vortex. You guys are going to see Vortex data show up something a little bit different here on the page, and I'm actually just looking up I'm looking up some information on this on VBR, so don't panic when you see some different numbers at the bottom of the screen. In fact, I'll just take it off so you guys don't see it. Let's see here. The short interest is only 182,000 shares, but I've pulled up one before, which I'm going to forget which ones it is again, but we've already gone through this exercise of trying to figure out which one it was before. It's just something we've done. You can find actual ETFs out there that have a higher percentage of short interest that's accrued on the ETF than there is in existence in total shares that are outstanding. And there is no limitations on how high that short interest can go that I know of. Meaning you could never see a short squeeze on an ETF. It could just continuously get higher and higher and higher. So VBR is not a good one to be looking at because its short interest is only 182,000 shares with an outstanding 150 million, so it's not very much. But there are I swear we covered this like 3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago. There are definitely ETFs out there that can trade more shares in existence than what are actually in the ETF. Yucca, I did not see it. Yes, that is correct. The ETF can affect the AMC stock price. You know what's worse, Glenn? What's worse is that the CEO of some of these smaller sized banks aren't looking at this and saying like we need to start margin calling some of these hedge funds. I don't want to lose my job, and I want to keep seeing these, my customers. I mean, they're not even. It's like they don't even care about their customers, right? I want to protect the assets held by my customers, so I'm going to start margin calling some of these different hedge funds out there. Since we haven't been margin calling them, since there is no collateral haircuts any longer, I'm gonna just sit here and let them basically bankrupt my company. I'm gonna lose my job, and it's all because I can't margin call them. Yucca Frida says Casey Powell is saying we're going to 420. It's there's something jacked up with it for sure. Down we go. I agree, NC Proud Dad. I think it is wrong. I think ETFs drive the market instead of the market driving ETFs, and it should be the other way around. This car is driving backwards. I mean, that's exactly what's going on. An ETF is supposed to be the caboose. The caboose is driving this train, and that's backwards. It is time to take a look at the numbers real quick here. So let me look and see. Donald, Wall is suspended. More than likely, that means an announcement's coming. My bet is that there's going to be a big news announcement. Yep. Western Alliance latest U.S. bank to explore sale. 39 minutes ago. They're done. Go ahead and send them. Go ahead and sign them up right onto the list of failures. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers. So let's do that. Man, Billy Joel's Stormfront album. My parents gave me two CDs. I want to say maybe my sophomore year of high school, which would have been like 92. Let's see if that's accurate. Let's look out. Let's look up and see when these came out here. Hmm. Interesting. That's not correct. Okay. Let's take a look at. Wow. Um. Okay. Maybe this is earlier than I would have thought. Maybe it was 1990. I thought it was 92, but it could have been 1990. So for Christmas of 1990, I think my parents gave me two different CDs. They were probably the first, what I would probably claim to be the first two CDs that I ever got in my lifetime. One of them was Billy Joel's Stormfront, and the other one was Phil Collins' Just Another Day in Paradise. I had, at one point in my life, I probably had every single song lyric memorized from both of those two albums. They were incredibly inspirational for me as a musician later on in life. That I can't even begin to tell you how much inspiration those guys had on me as a musician. So yes, I'm a huge fan of Billy Joel, except for the fact that he's an asshole. So I'm just throwing it out there. I don't think he's the greatest of people, but um, you know, he's got good music. He's an innocent man, Casey. Let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. Let's see what we got going on. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold on to those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back on the page again here. But Donkey Kong says we're all assholes to some. Yeah, he's a little bit more, though. He's just, I don't know, man. I don't, I've seen how he treats people, and I just don't like it. I wouldn't want to work for the guy. All right, let's see what we got going on with these numbers here. I don't mind somebody who wants you to be excellent and they're willing to push you to be excellent. But I don't even know. I never saw that movie with the kid that was a drummer and his just jazz teacher, drummer teacher was like, abusing him and crap. Like that's not how you like that. Uh, it is how you can learn. It is a function of learning. But when you don't, there's other ways to learn. You don't have to learn through uh, abusing people. You just don't. There's other ways to learn things. Let's take a look at what we got going on here with these numbers before I say something stupid. It's probably already too late. Anyways, off exchange by this time of the day, I would expect to see somewhere between 49 and 40, about 49% going through off exchange, and then somewhere around 11 to 12% going through EDGX. On AMC, we've got 53.54% through off exchange. EDGX is 11.14. The combined total on that is 64.68, or 4.68% higher than what I would expect by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.03 with a 30-day average of 2.48, so nothing unusual there. We are seeing on Ape very low numbers of off exchange volume, 37.37% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 8.27. The combined total is 45.64%, or about 14.46% less. No, 36. Can't math. 14.36% less than what it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.01 with a 30-day average of 0.08. And then GME CHX volume is at 0.14 with a 30-day average of 0.25. Taking a look at Vortex. As of an hour ago, there were 788,000 shares having been returned. It's now 652,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of slightly raising the short share interest of the free float to 25.42%. Cost per mens at 320.09, average is 328.46, and max is 336.39. Shares on loan for the day-to-day decreased by 890,000 shares. Vortex estimated about 311,000 of that was in short interest. Shares on loan at 173.23 million this morning. Taking a look at Ape. As of an hour ago, there was 172,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 149,000 shares. It's going to lower the short share. Actually, it's leaving the short share interest rate where it was at 5.2%. Didn't really change it. No new borrows for the day to day. Only the original 172,000 shares, leaving the cost per average, max, and min all the same at 9.23%. Shares on loan decreased day over day by 20,000 shares and bringing us to about 24.02 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume for the day today is at a $6 strike. An hour ago, there were 7.7 thousand contracts. There's now 15.7, more than doubled in the last hour. So a lot of call volume coming in at $6. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5.50 strike. It went from 1.9 thousand contracts to 10.1. So a lot of volume kicking in here for some options, but the market's still suggesting a close somewhere between $5.50 and $6 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we're at $7.47, and we're getting an attempt to break out of this, I guess, megaphone kind of pattern that we're kind of making here. And I think that if we get a good push past this, we could see tests of $8.78 in the near future. This could be institutional buying that's going on, if ever so little. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for on this list. I do not see any of them on there, likely due to low volume. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day is at $5.17, Ape at 1.368. There's 1 million shares now available to borrow compared to an hour ago, which means they've returned 100,000 shares, but they've only borrowed 50,000 shares for the day-to-day, so more shares are being returned. Fees are 177.4%. NASDAQ is down 0.2, Dow Jones is down 0.76, the S&P 500 is down 0.47. We have 3,852 decliners to 2,327 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently. I think it's about what it was an hour ago. In regards to banks, biggest PacWest just keeps on halting. Silvergate is up 7.52. We're getting more reports on more movement on FRC. PacWest is halted. FHN is down 35.78%. Zion is down 5.98%. Western Alliance is suspended due to the news that they're looking for us to sell. We've got the Douche Bank down 2.87. U.S. Bancorp is down 3.42. Credit Suisse is down 3.13. Coinbase is up 3.22. Wells Fargo is down 3.1. Ethereum Classic is down 1.54. US dollar is up 0.15. Oil is currently up 0.68. We have mortgage-backed securities anywhere from breaking even to down 0.04. SPY is down 0.49 and improving. VIX is up 11.5% and back to 20.45. Let's just check a look at this real quick here and see what we're looking like. We're testing. We're getting a little skippy going on here. VBR is down 1.62. VB is down 1.16. Tesla is up 0.98. Amazon is up 0.96. Cinemark is down 1.82. Doge is down 1.47. Bitcoin is down 0.43. GME is up 2.54. HYMC is up 4.6. NCMI is down 1.9. Hood is down 0.24. Ape is up 1.32. And AMC is up 2.35. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, there's approximately $600,000 more outflow than inflow. 9.41 million shares traded so far after 103 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 35.63 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million shares. I think that there's a possibility that's still in the realm of possibilities. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.99, which is almost signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.23, which is above average. I'm losing my voice here, guys. On a 30-minute interval, I've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.6, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.49, which is slightly above average. On Ape, we have about, I can't say. We have $60,000 more outflow than inflow. 2.54 million shares traded so far after 104 minutes worth of trading puts us on a pace for 9.52 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 5 and 25. It did look like to me like we were going to see additional volume. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.21, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure and selling pressure on the RSI 57.17, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure and selling pressure on the RSI of 60.66, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the Vortex indicator here occurring. RSI at 57.61, which is slightly above average. I like what's happening to price right now. Everything's looking good. We got some news out on AMC. Let's see what it is. Earnings outlook for AMC Entertainment Holdings by Benzinga. Analysts estimate that AMC Entertainment Holdings will report an earnings per share of negative 0.16. AMC bulls will hope to hear the company announce that they've not only beaten that estimate, but also to provide positive guidance or forecasted growth for the next quarter. New investors should note that it's sometimes not an earnings beat or miss that most affects the price of a stock, but the guidance or forecast. Past earnings performances, last quarter the company beat EPS by 0.07, which was followed by a 7.98% drop in the share price the next day. Like we normally see. It was nothing new for us. Here's a look at AMC Entertainment Holdings' past performance and their resulting price changes. Here is the estimate. We beat it looks like on all of these except for one, we beat the estimates. And then the price change the next day was down on all of them except for the one where we didn't beat estimates. And I expect us to beat estimates tomorrow. So we'll probably see a down day, more than likely. That would be my guess. Why can I scroll this thing? Come on. Shares of AMC Holdings were trading at a $5.74 as of May 3rd over the last 52-week period. Shares are down 57.7%. Given that these returns are generally negative, long-term shareholders are likely bearish going into the earnings release. Oh, man. Why am I losing my voice? I need to go drink some tea and honey. I'll tell you what, guys, doing the live stream has massively damaged my vocal cords. I can't sing stuff that I used to sing. It's kind of depressing, not gonna lie. Nana says you talk a lot. Can you imagine if I just sat here in silence, Nana? How fun would that be? Some people would prefer it. Some people would probably prefer I just didn't talk. Tech says live stream ruined Trey's voice too, I think. Take care of your voice, Casey. I mean, it's only been 2 years. I'm getting really close to 2 years here now, guys. I've got I'm just a little less than Ariel says whisper. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is much better. I could talk like this all day long. Tindy says lemon, honey, and tequila. Joe says, "Is that Bob Ross?" What did? Yeah, maybe we're just gonna put a nice little tree in here. Maybe there's gonna be a nice little stream that runs through. Maybe some rocks. Yeah, maybe we'll put some friends in here. Let's put some friends in. You sound like Creepy Joe. You remember that, Teresa? And I was like, I'll never whisper again on the live stream because I was like, oh my God, it sounds like Joe Biden. I was like, that's creepy. Wait. Let's have a bobblehead Ross moment here. Bobblehead Ross, what's the secret to keeping your voice intact while doing lots of recording?
Let's get crazy. What the heck? Take a 2-inch brush. This is your bravery test.
I'm not doing anything with a 2-inch brush. I'm not gonna do it. There's nothing. I'm not doing it. Nana says, sniff my hair. Oh man. Maybe I should take a break early today, guys. I feel like I need to go get some hot tea, and I agree with whoever put in that lemon part in lemmy hunnin'. Lemon. I keep doing it. Lemon and honey and tea is probably going to be one of the worst or best things that I could possibly do. I learned that trick a long time ago. Who posted that in there? I'm looking. I want to give a point to whoever said that. Tendies plus plus. Oh, and then you added even the tequila, which my wife bought some for me last night. So I've got some more 1800 Raspado. So I could do that, but it's a little early. I think it's a little early for that. Tomorrow we're drinking tomorrow, guys. Oh shoot, I forgot about the interviews though. Rasposado. I know I said we were going to be drinking yesterday, guys, but if I don't have the first interview happen early enough, I don't want to drink before the first one. I'll start drinking after the first one, but the first one's a little bit more important to me in regards to making sure that I'm not like acting like a fool. Yep, James, I got you down for a point earlier this morning. I was actually talking about it, and I was asking you how is the weather over there in Arizona. Oh my gosh, Teal. Every time I ever do that, gargle with salt water, I end up throwing up every time. I've done it like 3 or 4 times in my lifetime, and I was like, I'll never do that again. It doesn't work for me. I don't know what it is about the salt water, but it doesn't work. No, NC Proud Dad, if I would have gone and picked it up, I probably would have picked that up. But I didn't go. My wife went. No, I'm not doing it. Nope. No memories whatsoever. All right, I'm gonna take a break, guys. I know I normally go at 11, but I'm really feeling like I definitely need to get some lemon and honey tea going on right now because I can feel it. I can feel my voice starting to just disappear, and I got to get something. I got to drink something real quick. Tech says it's okay if your guests have a drink at the same time. Ooh, maybe I should mention that to my guest. I am mentioning it right now. Trying to. I just forgot it again. Uh, all right, cool. I'm gonna go to break. Thanks, down we go. Sorry, I just even just not talking just now for like just a minute is I can already feel like feeling better. So I think I just need to take a break right now. So a little bit earlier than normal. I apologize, but I can tell my voice needs a rest. So let me put up the message and I'll come back at 11:10 instead of 12:10 like normal. And who knows? Price always likes to run while I'm gone. So maybe we'll see something crazy happen here in a little bit. We hit 594. Failure to offer a drink to anyone immediately upon meeting them is a failure of the rules of etiquette and shows a lack of social grace. So the person that I'm interviewing, I sent a message and says I told them about the being Cinco de Mayo, which means we could do a toast. But said that I wouldn't be doing a toast unless they wanted to do a toast as well, because I don't want them to feel obligated to or needing. I don't want them to feel like it's. I don't want them to feel alone or outcasted or something by me doing it and them not doing it. So I'll leave it up to my guests to decide whether or not they want to toast or not. It'll be early in the morning, I would imagine, for them, so they may not want to be drinking that early. But who knows? It is Cinco de Mayo. We'll see. Let me go to break here, guys. I will see you back in a little bit here, and let me put some music on for you guys as we watch. As you watch, I'll probably be watching in the background somewhere. The price move. See you guys in a bit. All right, I'm back. Uh, in regards to random tickers, guys, no, I don't think so. And even though I know that there's another stock out there that we're supposed, a lot of people are suggesting that, uh, you know, uh, that there's some kind of similarities as to what's going to happen with AMC or what's not going to happen with AMC. I don't necessarily agree that that's a good case study. So, I don't think there's any need to mention it. But there's going to be, obviously people out there who are trying to draw comparisons, much like they did with another stock that's out there when they folded house and shut doors. So it's not the same thing as AMC, guys. It's different. You will more than likely see all kinds of shorting after a reverse split and conversion of AMC because they know that dilution's next. How much AMC can make off the dilution is going to be something that they're definitely going to want to try and push down. Cody says, do shorts still have a 50-cent price target? They still have 50-cent positions that are open, if that's what you mean. I'm pretty sure. Let me go back out here and just check real quick. Give me 1 second. Yeah. I don't actually. There's not any open right there. Yeah, there's still some open interest that is still set up there for 50 cents. I think there is still some price targeting for 50 cents, at least on some level, yeah. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Give me 1 second here while I take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys write, and so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big Trammp back up on the screen again. Otherwise, I will not be able to see what it is you're writing. All right. There we go. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange EDGX combined. On AMC, we got 56.59% through off exchanges. EDGX is 10.64. The combined total 67.23% or 5.23% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 0.05 with a third-day average of 2.46, which is not very much volume. On Ape, we're at 40.11% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 8.04 for a combined total of 48.15. That is lower by, what did I say, 62, 52, 13 points, almost 14%, 14% lower than what I would expect to see by this time of the day. Nothing going on with CHX volume. The large quantities of volume right now that are abnormally high are the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ GSM and CBOE BZX. On GME, CHX volume is at 0.1% of the 30-day average, or 0.1%. Sorry, let me phrase that. It's at 0.1%. The 30-day average is 0.25. So nothing abnormal going on there. Give Give me 1 second here. And we're just hovering right there. All right, taking a look at Vortex. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about nothing like this. We an hour ago we had about 652,000 shares. There's 3.25 million shares having been returned so far for the day today. That's actually quite a few shares by this time of the morning already. So we're at 3.25 million shares having been returned. That's going to lower the short-term interest of the free float to 25.26%. Cost per ends at 320.09, average is 328.46, max is 336.39. Day over day, we had 890,000 shares less on loan. Vortex estimated that about 311,000 of that was in short interest that was closed. And that puts our total shares on loan at 173.23 million shares. On Ape, an hour ago, there was 149,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It has not changed, keeping that short-term interest of the free float at 5.2%. Total amount of shares borrowed was 172. There's only been one borrow for the day today, and that's keeping our cost to borrow average max min at the same at 9.23. Shares on loan did decrease by 20,000 shares to bringing us to 24.02 million shares on loan. Options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is at a $6 strike for the calls. An hour ago, there was 15.7 thousand contracts. There's now 23.2. And on the puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago, there's 10.1 thousand contracts. There's now 14.6. Market suggesting a closing somewhere between $5.50 and $6 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $7.44. We're getting that consolidation. You can tell it wants to break through here so badly. It really wants to break above this, but is not able to right now. We may see consolidation and then a possible breakthrough, or we may see some consolidation with a failure in price heading back down towards that 715 value. But either way, we're still trending inside this what I would consider to be a megaphone of price movement. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME, I do not expect to see on this list due to low volume, and they are not. SSR trips for AMC today at $5.17, Ape at 1.368. There's a million shares available to borrow. That's what it was an hour ago. No borrowed shares in the last hour. Fees are starting to drop again from 177.4% to 171.9%. Currently, we have 125.3 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls. Actually, I'm not going to do those numbers right now. I only usually do those in the morning portion. NASDAQ is down 0.5, Dow Jones is down 1.22, and the S&P 500 is down 0.82. We have 4,077 decliners to 2,135 advancers. The market is more declining than it was an hour ago. Taking a look at the banks, some of the big movers we've got going on here. PacWest is down 48.3. FHN is down 36.05. Zion is down 6.2. Wall is down 36.13. We do not have a suspension on trading on PacWest on Wall any longer. Let's see why. Okay. It says the news here is that they are now not exploring a sale. So originally, an hour ago, Reuters was saying Alliance was considering legal options regarding FT claims. It said in U.S. Bank to explore sale. So it looks like who is reporting this? Financial Times. The Financial Times reported on Thursday citing two people briefed on the matter. And so now it's looking like looks like they're saying that they did not say that they were going to be doing that, and now are considering legal options regarding those claims. Looks like where we've heard this before. And then it says here, brief Western Alliance Bancorp says company is not exploring a sale. Man, where have we heard this? I've never ever seen that happen before. A company getting false reports about a selling, so much so that it was actually suspended in trading. Wow. We need to make an example of these guys. They're just going to keep on doing this stuff. That's insane. How's it feel, banks? How's it feel to be on the other side of that? These banks need to start doing these margin calls on these hedge funds. If they don't start margin call these guys, they're just going to continue to keep on doing what it is that they're doing. They're letting them get away with highway robbery. Ethereum is down 1.54% for the day-to-day. DXY, the US dollar, is down 0.04. WTI is down 0.25. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.22 to 0.27, and the SPY is down 0.73. VIX is up 15.54% at 21.19. VBR is down 1.97. VB is down 1.58. Tesla is up 0.73. Amazon is up 0.7. Cinemark is down 1.27. Doge is down 1.57. Bitcoin is down 0.39 at 28.9K coin. GME is up 2.12. HYMC is up 2.86. NCMI is down 5.4. Hood is down, or is up rather 0.9. Ape is up 1.37, and AMC is up 2.95. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC is approximately $1 million more inflow than outflow. 12.91 million shares traded so far after 173 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 29.1 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I'm starting to sweat a little bit on my 5 to 25 volume prediction. It's going to be close. It's going to be really, really close. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 70.99, which is signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 68.84, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than, or more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.23, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the Vortex indicator just now occurring. Within the last 10 minutes, RSI is at 57.08, which is slightly above average. On Ape, there's approximately $237,000 more outflow than inflow. 4.68 million shares traded so far after 174 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 10.48 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25, so I think we're going to hit that no problem. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.28, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.71, which is slightly above average. That is above average. What am I'm tired. 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.79, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.27, which is above average. This is what I get. This is what I get for taking like a 4-hour nap before I'm supposed to go to bed. And then getting up and being like, yeah, let's go to bed. I was tired yesterday. One of the kids came downstairs and was playing Harry Potter on the PS5, and I was kind of like just kind of scrolling through different like Twitter stuff, and next thing I know, I was waking up, passed out on the couch. What's going on? Ready for some MOASS? What's the deal? Why are you so upset today? Wow. Hazel says it's enjoyable to take a nap like that, Casey, but it does throw your sleep rhythm off. If you don't day nap today, you'll probably sleep well tonight. Yeah, well, that's the trick. Yeah, what's the deal? Ready for some MOASS? Why you angry today? We're up 3.05%. Ape's up 1.32%. What's the problem? Why are we so angry today? Oh, he can't talk right now. Oh, he's actually in a timeout. Okay, well, he can't talk. When he can talk, let me know what's going on, MOASS. Oh, yeah, let me just go get right on that 10Ds plus plus. He's in a safe space at the moment. He will be with you shortly. Is that what we're calling it now? The safe space? Hey, let's see if Adam Aaron's sent out any. Let's see. Let's see if Adam Aaron's put out any kind of new information here. Let's see if he's posted anything. Just what he posted on May 3rd in regards to MVP voting. The last thing that he actually mentioned was the lawsuit against I guess it was Robinhood for suggesting that they were filing for bankruptcy. Kane says, "Will haven't seen the name before. Welcome. Will AMC reach $6 today?" I actually had AMC closing around 565, so I'm a little impressed to see price moving up to where it is right now. If we should break the combined price, let me pull this back over here real quick. If the combined price of AMC and Ape should break past this level of resistance that you see right here, let me put this on a 1 minute. That doesn't show up there. Yeah, we'll put it back on the 15. If it does break past this level of resistance right here, then we may see above $6. If it doesn't, if it holds resistance, then we may see a retest of 715 at some point combined. So, and more than likely we'd be looking at like basically take a buck 52 off of 715. So what would that be? Let's see here. About 563. You'd see a retest of 563 for AMC at some point. So that's what it really comes down to. We need some buying volume to kind of kick in to get us up past this level of resistance. No, I did not see that, Nosa. And that I'll accept that because Paramount is somebody that AMC does business with. So I'll let I'll let you keep that in there. Who is threatening physical harm? What did I miss? What happened while I was gone? My goodness. Futures on the VIX. Right now, the VIX is up 12.98%, and the futures on the VIX are looking about 8.67. So we may be seeing a little bit of a reversal where we could see some upwards momentum on the marketplace coming up here. So we might see a little bit of more of a green day on the market on the back half of the day. Wow, it's really angry. I won't put up with that. Let me scroll back up here. I won't put up with that kind of threatening anybody is uncalled for. He's upset. So first he starts off with, and I'm only reading the ones that are removed here. It says another day of BS. Then he says Casey's dropping the kids off at the pool with a poop emoji. And then he throws out the ticker. Obviously, really doesn't want to be a part of what's going on here. Really, timeout, laugh out loud. I've been here longer than you, Nana. I only mentioned their RS because of what we're going through with AMC. That's so weird. I don't see any threats, though. Imagine. I see Tricky Dick saying something about be happy to take you to the street, MOASS. And then, I don't know, for whatever reason, his comment got removed. I'm not seeing I'm not seeing it. I mentioned another ticker, and the mods started talking crap to me on a personal level. I'm not a little kid. I don't care if you have a wrench or not. You gotta give respect to get it in my book. Well, let's just have a little chill pill and like everybody we can just like relax and get along. And I didn't see any threats. I didn't see any threats from you and anything that I read in there. Tricky Dick did come at you, it looked like, anyways, in the comment section a little bit, but I don't think Tricky Dick's not a mod, so I didn't go through and read everybody's comments. I just went and read yours. I don't see anything to kick you for, but you know, we're all on the same team here. We don't need to beat each other up. Bell Biv DeVoe says chill pill is code for mushrooms. Read Mackenbees. Wait to meet you mods after the squeeze. We'll have a few things to talk about, especially you customer support. Yeah, I read that one. I didn't. I mean, that's not a. I mean, he says we're gonna talk. He didn't say anything about threatening. I mean, it's not a threat. Tricky Dick kind of threatened him a little. Threatened him. I found in my pantry some cinnamon and spice tea, so I was able to get some cinnamon spice tea with some lemon and honey, and my throat feels a lot better now. He said you'll need new mods. Says can't wait to meet you mods after the squeeze. We'll have a few things to talk about, especially you customer support. That's it. Didn't say anything about needing new mods. Oh, now I'm crying. Laugh out loud. Someone give someone a wrench and it goes to their head. Really time out. Laugh out loud. I've been here longer than you, Nana. I only mentioned their RS because of what they're going through with AMC. Geez, chill out. The mention of this other stock ticker. Casey dropping off the kids at the pool. Disrespectful, but I don't care. Doesn't bother me any. Another day of the BS. That's it. I don't see anything in there that's crazy. Well, I'm just gonna throw up a white flag here, guys, and be like, let's just all be on the same side. Counterparty risk, Jerry. Play some mosh pit music. Let's just remember we're all on the same team here. You know, we don't need to fight each other. There's no need to need to be angry. We've got upwards price movement going on for the day. It's more than I mean we've had several days in a row now of upwards price movement, which is great. Anybody who's not happy, look at the numbers. They're looking good. I'm liking what I'm seeing. It's not moving the direction. I would think that I've had like 2 days in a row where I've been predicting lower prices and we've been going up here. Sam says play some Phil Collins, Casey. We're not there yet. We gotta save the Phil for the right points. Micah says, can't we all just be friends? Millions, how's it going? Broke Ape, you know I can't give you financial advice. You're my 5 reasons. Nah, you need better ones than that, man. You definitely need better reasons than me. You need to have your own 5 reasons. Highway Frog says, Casey, going by way of bank failures, do you think this will still go down to a settlement? I do. I actually really do believe that in the end, for those people who hold on the longest, I tend to think this will go down to some type of settlement. And I don't think it's going to be something that's going to be long and drawn out or anything like that. But I do think that there will be some kind of settlement involvement by the government at some point. I don't see how there couldn't be. But I think that a lot of people. I don't think you'll be unhappy with what it is that you settle with. Well, let me phrase that. Uh, you probably will be unhappy because none of us really want to see any kind of settlement, right? I don't think any of us want to see any kind of settlement out of this. But in regards to how much money you end up making out of a settlement on this, I think that it'll be, more money than you've probably ever seen on any other play that you've ever been involved in before. But I do think it will come down to a settlement. It's not a professional opinion. It's just kind of what I kind of feel like things are kind of heading towards. No, I don't think AMC is going bankrupt. I think that's off. I think that's not a possibility. Yeah, Jojo says money settlement for us with Citadel jail time question mark. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going to end up happening as far as anybody getting in trouble or not, but um, I do tend to think that there is going to be a settlement in the end here. Settlement on closing of our positions. That's what, Sammy boy. Casey, a Martin or a Taylor 6-string dreadnought? Jack, let me look them up real quick. I mean, I can almost tell you right off the bat. I'm kind of leaning towards. Hmm, um, hold on a second. If I'm not mistaken, are they made by the same people? Hold on a second. Let me look something up real quick here. Because Taylor, if I'm not mistaken, I think Taylor guitars. Is it Taylor? I think it's Taylor guitars are made in San Diego area. Yep, El Cajon. So I grew up in La Mesa, which is right next to El Cajon. The high school that I went to is in Grossmont. It was Grossmont High School, which is right next door to El Cajon. I mean, it's like our school sitting up on a hillside. It overlooked all of El Cajon. So Taylor's, I'm very familiar with, and I thought, let me just check this out real quick here. But I thought it's like, let me just check something out real quick here. let's see here. I'm kind of leaning more towards a Martin, but I'd have to. So here's the deal. Anytime I ever sit down with a guitar to play it, I never buy a guitar based off of the brand, Jack, ever. Taylor is a good, well, I'm going based off of information that's really old information because I used to, this is way back in the day for me, right? Taylors are great. From what I recall, a lot of people who couldn't afford a Martin would go buy a Taylor. And a lot of people who I know back in those days, and then we're talking like late 90s, were buying a lot of Taylor guitars, and they were good. They were good, cheaper brand guitars. So, so hear me out. I know you say no, it's all about the build. It's not. It's not all about the build. It's about the sound. When you plug that guitar into an amp, or when you play that guitar live, depending on how you're going to use that guitar, it's all about the sound. There is no one piano player, and I'll just tell you this: when a professional piano player goes up to a piano to play a piano for a grand piano from Steinway or whoever it is that's making the piano for them, they go through and they play on each piano, listening for sound based on the piece that it is that they're going to be playing, and they pick out their piano based off of the tonality of the instrument that it is that they're picking from. And I'm telling you right now, Jack, if you want a good guitar, you play it first. You never, ever, ever buy a guitar just based off of brand. Go out there and pick out a guitar that you can play, put your hands on, and listen to how it sounds. Yes, you can pick a brand and say, Martin, I'm going to go with the Martin. I want this brand, and I am expecting that I will get a good guitar. You're correct. You will get a good guitar out of that. Yes, you can probably go buy a Taylor. Probably won't be nearly as good, but it'll still be a good sounding guitar. Put your hands on the guitar. If one sounds better than the other and it has the tones that you're looking for, the tonality that you're looking for, get the one that feels right and plays for you the way that you want it to play. That's it. That's truly and honestly the best answer. You can't base it off of brand name. That's it. It's all about how it sounds, man. Everything has to do with the sound and the playability. And that's it. It really doesn't matter. If price isn't an option and you're choosing between brand names, screw the brand names. Go with what feels good and sounds good. I'm a huge stickler when it comes to picking out my guitars for how they sound. If it doesn't have a great bass and a great mid and a great high end to it, I don't want it. If it's muddy, anywhere on if that bass is just real muddy bass or it's not and there's a non-existent bass to it, I don't want it. I want there to be a nice rich bass sound. I want when I play a high string, I want it to have a nice little ting to it, you know. And those middle notes, I want those middle notes to have like a nice reverb. I'm trying to think of the word what it's called. Sustain on those mid notes. When you get a good sustain, yeah. Jojo says that Taylor Koa. Koa wood is probably one of the most beautiful sounding woods I have ever played on. I am a big, huge fan of Koa. Yeah. So yeah, Jack, Taylor neck. I'm familiar with a Taylor neck. I'm not that familiar with a Martin neck, and I would say that I'm very satisfied as a player. I don't know what size hands you have, but my hands are a little bit beefier and a little bit chunkier, and I kind of prefer, believe it or not, a smaller neck. You would think it would be the exact opposite. You would think I would prefer a larger size neck, but I actually do like the thin necks. I don't like, actually, it's not true. Because if I had to choose between a Fender and a Ibanez, I would pick a Fender 100% of the time. I like on an electric guitar thicker necks. So it just kind of depends. Frank, there's no way I can give you that kind of information, man, when I don't even know if that's if that's going to be the future. We're talking about tinfoil hat stuff here, and for you to start asking about how settlement would work, it's no man's land. We've never gone out. It would be something that none of us have ever experienced, and nobody could tell you how it would work and how it would happen or how it would go down. So your guess is as good as mine. My suggestion is to not worry about it. In the end, you'll probably be just happy with whatever it is that you get. Les Pauls are awesome. Those are pretty thin necks. I actually like those too. What I wouldn't, I would definitely, in regards to the Martin and the Taylor, I would plug those into amps and see how they sound through an amp. If you're going to be playing through an amp, if you're not going to be playing through an amp, then who cares, right? Like that, the guitar that I bring out. Let me grab two guitars real quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you a difference here. Give me 1 sec. Just I have to do this, guys. Sorry, this is they're talking my favorite thing in the whole wide world, which is guitars. So I gotta show a difference here. I'll be right back. All right, so I gotta tune this first one because I don't play on it. I never play on this guitar anymore. When I found the Takamine that I have, um, the sound on the Takamine is the most superior sounding guitar I've ever played, and I picked it up for $300. It is literally the best $300 I've ever spent my entire life, but it has no active pickups on it whatsoever. It is just simply guitar, nothing, no drilled holes in the anywhere on the bridge or any. I mean, it's a clean guitar, right? It's just straight up guitar. Ovation, on the other hand, the other one that I'm going to show you here, 9-day difference. These guitars sound nothing alike. It's not even really fair to even kind of put these guitars up against each other. Takamine. It's Takamine. I don't know how to say it. Takamine. That's how I say it. My wife calls it the what does she say? She says I forget what she says. Takamine. I think she calls it a Takamine. But let me tune this first one here real quick, just because I never play this unless my son's over and he's playing with me. Ooh, that is way high. Ooh. We run the house cold. So when you run the house cold, the guitar always tends to go up in pitch. Now, the thing, this is not even really a fair comparison because these guitars are really meant for like completely different things. One's like a guitar you would probably take out to to a fire, a bonfire or something like that, or some place where you just want to, just want to play and have it sound good. It's not really like a performance guitar. Whereas the other one could be, by the way, I've got The Ovation is a standard balladeer. When I picked up the Ovations and played the Ovations, the balladeer was one of the most affordable, best sounding guitars that I liked. And one of the things I like the most about this, and these strings that I have on here are probably ancient, is that you can play an Ovation with ancient strings on it, and it still sounds good. Right, so that's how that sounds. Now let me carefully try to switch over to the other guitar here. That's the same. It sounds good, right? Like it doesn't sound bad, but it's got a little bit of a hollow kind of sound to it, and that's just simply because of the composite back that the guitar has, right? It's got that hollow sound to it, but it sounds great plugged in. The guitar absolutely sounds wonderful plugged in, which is one of the things I really like about it. Now let's compare this to the Takamine, on the other hand, and listen how much more full this is. So it sounds full though, right? The bass notes are nice. The high notes have a nice ting. It's just got a nice full sound. So really, in all honesty, that's what I'm looking for in a guitar when I play it. As I'm looking for sound, and I really don't care what brand it is, as long as I can play it and it's got a good feel, and the sound is high quality. That's all I'm looking for. I'll play anything. I don't care if it's a Yo Mama guitar. I'll play it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's pink. I don't care what the color looks like. But as long as it sounds good, that's what I'm looking for. I usually go medium gauge strings. I don't do a whole lot of soloing. So, and the medium gauge strings tend to last a little bit longer. And nope, not using a pick. I don't use picks. Which probably would have given it a little bit more uniform sound, a little bit, only because you got to kind of play the how you would play the Ovation versus how you play that Takamine is probably a little bit different. But with a pick, it would make it a little bit more uniform. But oh, are you asking? You're asking what brand of string? The blue steel ones. Who makes those? I always forget who makes them. Whoever makes the blue steel strings. Let me look it up. I always forget. Is it Ernie Ball? Oh, Dean Markley. I love those. I don't know why. They got a good sound. They're just my favorite. The Lion King says, "Can you sing Happy Birthday to me?" I don't know if you noticed or not, The Lion King, but I took an early break today because my voice is absolutely shot today. I don't even know if I can. I don't even know if I can get anything out singing wise. It's destroyed right now. I tried singing a little bit last night when I got off the live stream, and it was horrendous. It made me cringe, so probably not. Casey, play the new guitar song I sent you, Liquidation. Headphone warning when the fuzz kicks in. Like right now? Let's do the numbers first and then I'll play it. Shoot, I was supposed to open the back of the Big Tramp today and I forgot. Can you play solo? Like, can I solo? Yes, but it's horrific. I don't like soloing. It's not my thing. I've always been a rhythm and finger picking guitar player, never a soloist. What type of music do I play? I don't know. Like if you're talking about for other bands, I'll play just about anything. But if you're talking about what do I like to write for music, I think some people would say that it's a cross between. Uh, I've heard some different things before. I've heard some people say Cat Stevens and uh, Dave Matthews, which quite honestly I can't even really quite. I don't know how you could like cross those two exactly, but whatever. Let's take a look at these numbers, guys. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again here. Let me move a couple screens around. And that's another thing too. For me, guys, music was never about um, like I think every kid starts out in life thinking like, oh, I'm gonna be a rock star, right? Like that's what they're thinking. And and I'd be lying if I'd said, oh yeah, I never thought that way. That's of course that's how I thought. Every kid wants to be a rock star growing up. But when I got to a certain point in my music career, it ended up becoming more of a love for the music for myself than it was for entertaining others. So I don't play music to satisfy other people. I play music because it makes my soul feel good. So, it's one of those things that I don't even know if I can explain that to anybody, and it just sounds selfish. In fact, I've actually had people say, "Well, that's really selfish of you," and it's like, "Well, you think so, but my soul feels good." so, I really don't know. It is what it is. I like music for myself. It's not. I don't play for other people. It's not. That's not why I play. It makes me happy, and it has to be about that. If music becomes something that's just a job, man, I can't even imagine. I can't imagine a world of music where you don't care, and the only reason that you're doing it is because you get paid. That's awful. That's terrible. I hope I never be that way. I hope I'm never like that. Because then I would lose my love for music. That would be terrible. I can't even imagine. It would hurt my soul. Let's take a look at these numbers. Let's see what we got going on here. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we got 56.66% going through the off exchanges. EDGX is at 10.31. The combined total 66.97%, or about 3.97% higher than I would expect. CHX volume is 0.04 with a 30-day average of 2.46. Nothing unusual going on there. Very unusual amounts of off-exchange volume and EDGX volume on Ape. We have 39.17% going through off-exchange, and EDGX is sitting at 8.73. The combined total is 47.9%, or about 13.1% lower than it should be by this time of the day. Only 200 shares going through CHX, nothing unusual there. On GME, CHX volume is 0.09 with a 30-day average of 0.25, so nothing unusual there. Taking a look at Vortex, on AMC. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 3.25 million shares having been returned. It's now 3.45. It's going to have the effect of lowering that short share interest a little bit more to 25.25%. Cost to borrow mins at 320.09, average is 328.46, and max is 336.39. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is down 390,000 shares returned day over day. Vortex estimated about 390,000 of that was in short interest that was closed. And then let's see here. That puts our total amount of shares on loan at 173.23 million shares. On Ape, an hour ago there was 149,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 159, so a small increase in borrowing going there. 10,000 shares it looks like. It's going to keep our short share interest at the free flow rate at the same value at 5.2. Cost per borrow mins at 7.93, average is 9.09, and max is 9.23. Shares on loan for the day today is at 24.02 million shares on loan. That's 20,000 shares less than yesterday. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of call volume for the day is at a $6 strike. As of an hour ago, there was 23.2 thousand contracts. There's now 25. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 14.6 thousand contracts. There's now 16.6. Market's still suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between 5.5 and 6 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at combined prices of AMC and Ape, we are breaking above, but it's not moving very quickly just yet above that ascending level of resistance here. So as we break through this, hopefully we should start seeing price running here pretty quickly, but we're probably going to need to see some volume increasing, but we actually see volume decreasing as price is moving up, which is not necessarily bullish. So hopefully we can start seeing volume increasing, and then we should start seeing price move pretty quickly. Let me pull up my Fibonacci retracements that I've got on this real quickly here, just to see. Our next level of resistance is going to be 766 combined, and we're at 751. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for, and I do not see them on this list due to low volume. Trigger price for SSR is at $5.17 for AMC. Ape is at 1.368. Shares available to borrow is at 1 million shares. It has not changed for a couple hours now. So fees for borrowing have dropped to 171.9%. NASDAQ is down 0.19, Dow Jones is down 0.86, and the S&P 500 is down 0.47. We have 3,893 decliners to 2,330 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing, but less than it was an hour ago. Banks, I've got Silvergate up 6.19, PacWest is down 44.31, FHN or First Horizon is down 33.59. Zion is down 11.39. Western Alliance is down 29.05. U.S. Bancorp is down 4.9. Wells Fargo is down 4.08. American Express is down 2.86. Northern Trust is down 2.88. Ethereum Classic is down 1.43. The US dollar is currently showing down 0.04. Oil is up 0.87. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.09 to 0.15. And SPY is down 0.44 and increasing in value. VIX is up 11.18. VBR is down 1.56. VB is down 1.28. Tesla is up 0.38. Amazon is up 0.83. Cinemark is down 1.79. Doge is down 1.48. Bitcoin is down 0.39. GME is up 2.12. HYMC is up 1.89. NCMI is down 3.37. Hood is up 0.54. Ape is up 2.3 and AMC is up 3.57. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day today. We have $1.2 million more inflow than outflow. And let's see here. 13.93 million shares traded so far after 223 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 24.36 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 71.93, which is signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 70.64, signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.44, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.52, which is above average. Looks like there's some more news here. Let's check this news real quick. AMC reports earnings on Friday. We already know about quote-unquote sizable cash position and higher sales. What's next? Question mark. Popcorn. That's what's next. On Ape, we've got $300,000 more outflow than inflow for the day today. 5.58 million shares traded so far after 224 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for. Oh, I messed up some numbers there somewhere. 224. We're on a pace for 9.71 million shares traded by the end of the day today on Ape. We are already within the 5 to 25 million range that I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 57.19, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have within the last 2 hours divergence of the Vortex indicator showing more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 65.57, which is above average. And on a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 63.24, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 59.58, which is above average. My wife's probably just she walked into the house just a few minutes ago. She's probably sitting there wondering, like, why in the world does he have both the guitars out sitting out behind him? She just said, I did. Yeah, somebody said they were asking me a choice between 2 different guitars on 2 different brands of guitar, and I was telling them, I'm like, it really depends on the sound. You remember how good that one guitar sounded when we sat the Takamine that you got me for Father's Day? Yeah, I sat down with that. It was just beautiful sounding, wasn't it? It was so much different than the rest of the. I mean, I was picking up. I kid you not, guys. I was picking up like $2,000 guitars off the wall, and they had nothing on this guitar. Absolutely nothing. And when you can pick up a guitar, and it can destroy. It's a $300 guitar, and it destroys the sound quality of other guitars. It's a keeper. You gotta pick it up. That's the kind of thing you don't pass up on. And it was funny because I told my wife was like, "You got to get that," and I was like, "Why?" I can't. I was like, "No, it's $300. I don't want to spend $300." She's like, "You have to get it," and it sounds really good. And I was like, "I know." I said, "I'll tell you what. We'll come back. We'll come back, and if it's still here next time we come back, because I think it was a used guitar. I think it was up for resale by Guitar Center." And I told her, I said, when we come back, if it's still sitting there, then I'll pick it up. And so we went back like a week later, and it was gone. And I was like, see, it just wasn't meant to be. And then Father's Day came rolling around. And guess who went to the store and picked it up for me? The best wife in the whole wide world. That's right. She did. She knew she knew. And I haven't put it down. Quite frankly, it's one of my most favorite guitars I've ever played. Second most favorite guitar I've ever played. Let's see here. So, Donkey Kong, Western Alliance is saying that those news articles were inaccurate, and they're looking at they're looking at possible legal. What does it say again? It says legal something. I can't think of what it said. Legal. Hold on a second here. News. Let's see. Oh, I don't see the. Oh, here it is. It's down. It's way down here. Western Alliance considering legal options regarding FT claims. So FT was the one that reported it, which is Financial Times was who reported it. It's okay when it happens to AMC, but these banks, oh, they're getting the got. They're getting got. Let's see here. Duncan says, was out looking at a new car this weekend. When it came to looking at the boot of the car, I noticed that it had a nice big boot that would fit both my luggage boot. Okay, that's interesting. They're called trunks over here. That would fit both my luggage and a body at the same time. For some reason, that made the salesperson feel a bit awkward. When I told the story to a colleague, he mentioned that's why a sedan is perfect. If they are still alive, they can't climb into the car to you. That's almost a little scary. NC Proud Dad says, Casey, it's not about the instrument, it's about how you use it. Oh, man. No, it's okay, Jack. I actually enjoy talking about guitars, and we do have extra time to kill sometimes. So, does anybody want to go back into the back of the big tramp? We got time. I was supposed to open it up today. I will go back to the back of the big tramp since I neglected to open that up earlier for anybody who wants to show up in there. You're more than welcome to come on in. And if Yucca's here right now, he's already thinking about how he can, like, it's already twisting in his mind how he can put a play on words on that. Guaranteed. Exactly, Tech We Love. Exactly. Oh, Glenn, you're throwing out you're throwing out the deep jabs. I'm not going there. This is just it's recording history, man. It's whatever I decide to talk about. That's not other stocks. I used my red Les Paul on this liquidation song. It's a song about over-leveraged criminals that will be wiped out. Okay, hold on a second, Yukon. I'm assuming you sent it to me in a DM, and of course it's not showing right now. Okay, I see it. There it is. Okay, I don't know why I don't get these messages. All right. Let me play it, but when I do play this, let me adjust the sound a little bit here. You know what? It's showing up as a, well, maybe I can play it on this. I don't know if this is going to work. Okay, it's going to work. The file that you sent me was not recognizable, so it was giving me a little bit of a problem, but it worked out. Let me make sure I get the volume set up right here, and then I'll play this. So this is called Liquidation by Yukon. Here we go. I'm afraid I don't know where to put I don't know where to put the volume at because I'm afraid it's gonna blast here in a second. I feel like this is like a Henry Rollins intro. All right, that's a good sound. Nice. Very, very nice. Love it. That is awesome. That was called liquidation. That dude says, "What's up? Trying to see if this is true. After reducing its liabilities by 378 million in 2022, AMC's total debt is estimated to be 548 million. If so, we are going to rock it off next week." I don't believe that's the case. Pretty sure that we have a little over $5 billion still in debt. Glenn says 4.9. Yeah, it's somewhere right around 5. 5 is close enough. 4.9, sure. We'll go with it. We'll run with it. Some people are going to say 5.2. Some people are going to say 4.9. I just say 5. James says, "Where can I get music? Just play." So if Yukon wants to post that in the Discord, he's more than welcome to. If Are you able to post that in the Discord, Yukon? I don't know. If you want to post that in the Discord, it's up to you. Entirely up to you. I don't want you to. Don't feel like you have to. If it's not something you want to put up there. If it lets you post it, if it won't let you post it up in there, Yukon, you can just tell me and I'll put it up there. AMC's price is at $5.95, up 3.57%. Ape is up 2.96 at 1.565. James Ferris says, "I will super chat now." It was really funny. I was playing. Well, it's not funny. It's sad. I was playing the guitar the other night with my wife, and I kind of ran over a chord progression that I really really enjoyed, and it was kind of a cool little lick. And I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be the next AMC song." And fortunately, I didn't record any of it. So when I sat down the next time to try and remember what it was that I was doing, I completely forgot it. So it's a mental note to self for the future. Like whenever you're sitting down to just jam, you got to make sure and record that stuff. Otherwise, you lose it and it never comes back, and it's gone. Casey, regarding margin calls, is it give me money now, or do they get a couple of days? Any clue on how these work? They should have a period of time to where they can meet requirements, Petrofire. So it wouldn't be immediate. We played it already, James. I think I played it last Friday. Did you happen to hear the last Friday, the new version of the song with um, or the version, the fuzz version for Friday? Something I played. I'm gonna play it tomorrow too. And then also Jason has a song. I don't know if you guys remember or not that we had Jason in here. His group's got some music that he sent. Jason, I must destroy his last name. Barham, Barham, Barham. I'm going with Barham. Sorry, Jason, if you're listening. But he's got it's like Barum Barum Pum. It's Barum. I'm not sure if I want to say or Barum. Like he's got he's either got a bar or he's got rum. One of the two. I'm not sure which, but one of them's gonna have to try. He needs two R's in his last name, because then it could be Barrum. Like that would be the best last name ever. Barrum. Like it's like, yeah, I'm totally into alcohol, dude. But anyways, Jason's group song is going to be played tomorrow. I don't. So don't. You're gonna cringe. You're really gonna cringe at this. In regards to music software that I use, uh, the buy and hold song that you hear in the mornings was done on GarageBand. So it's very basic. It was done on an iPhone with a microphone from a standard headset. There was nothing special done about it whatsoever. No effects. Well, actually, that's not true. There was some effects applied, but it was very minimal. Very minimal effects. You get what you get on that one. The singing was done in a bathroom to give it a little extra reverb and less background noise. No, I'm going with no boomstick because I don't even know what that is. No, I wasn't. I wasn't Yucca. Man, Ape is really getting a good push here. So one of the two numbers that I said that Ape needed to cross was 154. Ape did get the. Let's take a look at Ape here real fast. At 154, which was right back here, was just slightly a little bit underneath the blue line. Actually, it's the dotted blue line if you can see it over here. Anything above 154, I said we would likely see some buying pressure, and if it broke 157, we could see even more additional buying pressure coming in. But it's got to hold it for like 4 hours because that's the no, it only has to hold it for an hour. So anything above 157, it's going to hold for an hour or more, and it should generate some additional buying pressure. At this point, last time I said I didn't want to count breaking 155.8 because I said we just kind of kissed it back here. Like this wasn't really what I was looking for a break of 155.8 to really signify that we were had reset a synthetic price failure. And but this is definitely what I would consider to be a punch through on that 155.8. So we're now tracking newer highs on Ape at 158. So I'm going to go ahead and pull out my notes and start tracking new highs. So that's up from $1.36. It was our last low. That's a 16.61% increase in price. That does, however, unfortunately set us up for a new synthetic price failure, which means at any given time the price could drop up to 19.5% before seeing a turnaround point. But it also sets us up for price discovery heading upwards, and who knows where it's going to stop. We're hitting $5.99 on AMC right now, just about ready to break past $6. Combined price of AMC and Ape is starting to hit that threshold that I was talking about in regards of combined price and of AMC and Ape, and starting to get momentum and building volume as well as it's starting to run up here. The next stopping or testing point is going to be 766. A punch through 766 could really start to launch us into higher numbers up into the ranges of about 783 combined. Sure, Yucko, here you go. Oh man, you're crazy, Yucko. Easter Beast, this would be something that we would never ever we've never experienced before, and I wouldn't really be concerned about that. That's way down the road here. I don't know how something like that would play out. We've never historically ever gone through something like that before, and it would be unprecedented. So your guess is as good as mine. And really, it's more or less just brainstorming. I personally don't think the government's going to let this blow up to the point to where we just see, uh, you know, astronomical. I'll just throw out some random number, $100,000 a share. Like I just don't imagine that's going to happen, right? So what I do imagine happening is at some point price will get to a certain point to where they'll probably halt trading, and the government's going to say, uh, for the better for the better of the entire market, that it would be best if there was some settlement that was made. They'll probably announce that there was some kind of they'll probably acknowledge the fact that there was some kind of nefarious activity that occurred that caused the marketplace to uh, have trading that shouldn't have never happened, and then we'll probably see some kind of settlement between us and the government. But I will say this: there's a lot of money sitting over there in that reverse repo that's got our names on it. Petrifier says the government will lowball us. I mean, it depends on what you consider lowballing. I probably would not disagree with what you're saying, but I still even if they do lowball us, Petro, I still think we're going to see more money than maybe some people were expecting. I mean, there's some people out there throwing $50 or $150 a share out there. I have a feeling it's going to be a lot larger than that. I don't think those are the kind of numbers that they're going to be throwing. That's my opinion. But again, it will be unprecedented. I can tell you this: like if GME can get up to if GME can get up to 500 and somewhat, well, what did they get up to? Hold on a second here. I've got it in my notes. If GME can get up to I think it's really funny. Like I went through and modeled it all out, so I knew exactly what it got up to and everything. But not very many people know. It was $514.50 was the high. It was yeah, it was more than that. It's funny. Nobody actually really knows, Joe, but I went through and modeled it all out because I wanted to figure it. I wanted to this. I did this back in 2021, only a few months after it happened, so I had all the accurate data right there for me, and I wanted to make sure I compiled it for historical reasons because I knew it was going to go away in the future. But it was 514.50 was the highest it got to, and if GME can get to 514.50. I can guarantee you guys that whatever value that they have to offer us will be well higher than that number. What was their market cap at the time? Hold on, I can tell you. At that value, 35.5 trillion. That was their market cap at the height. This is why I scoff at anybody who's willing to suggest The market cap is there's some kind of imaginary market cap number that you can't achieve. Market cap is just simply a multiplication number. That's it. It takes the outstanding amount of shares multiplied by the share price, and it spits out a number. That's it. It means zilch, zero, nothing on how a price can go. It has no bearing whatsoever on where price can get to. There is no ceiling on a market cap. Zero. None. It is simply an imaginary number that tells you if every single person was to be paid out based on the current market price, what would be the share value in total. And that's it. That's all it is. So anybody who's going to sit there and suggest that there's some kind of elevated ceiling on market cap is smoking crack up your hole, because it's not true. Market cap can be in crazy amounts of numbers. And the reason for it is because it doesn't stay there. If it stayed there, the market cap would have a problem, right? Like, you can't have a $35 trillion market cap that stays there. That's ridiculous. It goes back down at some point. It adjusts itself back down. Yep, exactly. Even a crypto market cap is just a reference. Absolutely. Not exactly, Paul. At 35 trillion. See, this is where you got to stop doing this kind of math. This is really bad math. Stop using market cap as a number to reference what price could get to on AMC. Don't stop thinking like that. That's not this. I love what somebody said here on Twitter the other day. Let me read to you what somebody said on Twitter, and I can't remember his name off the top of my head, and I wish I could, because I haven't spent a whole lot of time talking to him before. But this is good stuff. And I retweeted it out because I thought it was really important that people hear this. You need to hear this. This is something that every single one of us needs to hear. Where did it go? Crying out loud! I've already buried it somewhere. This is why I don't tweet that much, because I would rather tweet things that like matter, because I only want things to show up that are important to me. Oh, here it is. When we start squeezing on AMC, some of you have massive position sizes. All I'm going to say, and this is Travis, by the way, that wrote this. All I'm going to say is, don't announce your exit. No prices to exit, because then you set the expectation at that price level when it can go higher for others, including you. In a short squeeze, this is the most important part he could have possibly said right here. In a short squeeze, it's a negotiation between you and the prime broker of the short seller. You set the price. Best believe they got trillions and will lowball you on the first offer. Never accept the first offer. That's negotiation 101. That's what it is. Eso es que es. That is what it is. It is a negotiation between you and the prime broker. You get to set the price. If you sell early, then you're telling the rest of the marketplace, I don't believe this is worth what I think it could be. That's what it says. And so then they're willing to start negotiating for less. If you don't demand more, you get less. It is a negotiation because you've won. Remember that. This is negotiations because you sat here for 2 years and put your hard-earned money, your time, ignoring a lot of the fear, uncertainty, and doubt that was spread. What do you deserve to get paid? It's a negotiation. Jim says, Casey just jumped in, so thoughts on squeeze? Do we squeeze to at least 300 before June decision? Jim, we don't go there. You don't do that. You don't put expectations. I'm literally just getting done saying here. Is you don't This is a negotiation, sir. This is a negotiation for your time, for your effort, for your what do they call it when what do they call it when you're suffering? You're suffering? No, that's not what they call it. They call it something else in a lawsuit. When you have a lawsuit, what do they call it when you're damages? This is for your damages. Pain and suffering. Yeah, this is a negotiations for your pain and suffering. And if you're going to sit there and tell me that $150 is what you get for your pain and suffering, I laugh. I laugh. You go ahead and settle for 150. That's your choice. I am expecting much more. And it's because I know they got it. Balarkey said, don't even start with me, Balarkey. Come on now. Come on. Of course we are, Derek. Of course we are. I mean, Sam, and quite honestly, that's the point at where I probably felt like at some point me and other people were probably going to have issues, right? Because some people want to settle this at values that are out, maybe something that where there is no settling, there is no settling. It's like I'm going to the streets instead. Yeah, punitive damages. Thank you, George. Appreciate it. Couldn't come up with that for some reason or another. Yeah. Thick says reverse repo for today is 2.42 trillion with 101 counterparties. It's a little bit less than yesterday with one less counterparty. What's crazy though, guys, is on Vortex we still haven't hit my big indicator for a big move in price, and it's happening. It's in the middle of the process of seeing it. It's 12:51. We'll take a look at the numbers here in about 10 minutes from now. But it is happening. I am in the back of the big tramp. If anybody wants to join me back here, I was just throwing that out there because I don't feel like I mentioned it earlier. But if anybody does want to jump on back there, I forgot to open it up earlier this morning. But one of the key numbers that I tend to look at on in regards to one of the most reliable predictors on when price is going to start running upwards is on loan average age per day. Typically speaking, when it starts dipping is when it hits a bottom in a dip and starts heading back up is about 15 days. Within 15 trading days of that is when you start to see price starting to run a little bit. As you can see right here, from our very recent year past, you can see the on loan average age per day hit a bottom right here, hit 2 days later, it started going back up again, and sure enough, we got the price, big price increase over the next five or so days. Then we saw a big dip, and then we saw another big rise in price, even after that. So there was a big signal that occurred right there. But this is probably one of the most stable indicators that I have found in the marketplace, where you see a dip on loan average age per day, and immediately thereafter, within 15 trading days, you see price moving upwards every single time. It's so predictable. It's not even funny. But it's just now starting to head downwards from a high of 120, which, by the way, is one of the largest numbers we've ever seen. historically on this value since most of us have been in this play. It was as high as 113 back here, which is still not as high as what it is right now. So this is one of the largest numbers and could be one of the largest drops or extended drops that we've seen in a long time on this, and could produce a significant move upwards in price. There is no correlation, by the way, to that number that I just showed you and how much it dips by and how much price moves by. I've never found there to be a correlation on that at all. Glenn, it was way off. 565 for AMC. My combined price was 717, and right now we're sitting at 762. So I'm a little bit off on this one. In fact, out of the four of us who did price prediction for the day today, Einstein had the highest price prediction from 601 to 901. So Einstein might end up being. Let's see what we got here. So he's looking at 751 as his target middle range. And we are at 763, so it's even over his. Even our highest predictor is low. But he was the only one that had like a massive jump in price prediction for the day. Absolutely, Turtle. I fully agree with that. It is okay to be wrong. It's completely okay. Kenny G says you've been way off 2 days in a row. You're not wrong. It has been 2 days in a row I've been off. I guess maybe I should predict low again tomorrow. What do you think? Who here doesn't think that they're not going to try and lower the price before or right after the earnings report? I should put that up for a poll.
I think we're going to close 550 on tomorrow.
550?
AMC, yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense with Max Payne being at 550. I could see that.
I think they're going to drop it after hours tonight pretty heavily.
Cause all those positions created, the FOMO positions created to expire worthless?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Where have we seen that happen before? I've never, ever, ever seen derivatives expire worthless on this play. You can't be kidding me. Are you serious? I can't believe we hit it dead nuts on the center at the end of last week. I mean, we hit exactly right on 550 to close the week out.
Just wait. Those million shares that are available to borrow right now, they're going to disappear tonight.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to load up.
Yeah, I can imagine. But you know what'll happen, though, to that on-loan average age per day as soon as that happens? If they borrow 1 million shares overnight and then those go onto the books onto on-loan amount for tomorrow, then we're going to see a massive drop in the on-loan average age per day, which means that we're getting really close to seeing a big price increase incoming.
Fake numbers. As far as everybody's concerned, right? Fake numbers.
Well, ABA Jam, I think I've seen it happen way too many times for it to not happen again. And I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer here, but one thing I want people to be very careful of is you know, it is your hard-earned money that you're looking at here. And there's so many times that we've seen FOMO kick in, and they just drop the price right back down to the max pain right after everybody FOMOs into options. So be careful. Everybody wants to get. It makes me want to play that "Everyone Wants to Rule the World" song. Everybody wants to get rich quick.
There's a reason why patience
Options will
is the
just
key,
give you the
right?
money.
Yep, there is a reason why that's key.
Hey everyone, Preacher,
Hey, Yaka.
how's it going?
Yucca.
Petro,
Good.
Yucca, how are you, sir?
doing well. How you doing?
Good, Bono.
Very nice. How you doing,
You made me
Casey?
think of
I'm
Casey.
doing good,
You
man.
got me thinking of Ronnie Coleman.
Ronnie Paulman.
What is
Casey,
Ronnie?
Ronnie Coleman, like a very popular bodybuilder. You know, he was doing basically one of his saying was everybody wants to be big, but nobody wants to lift no heavy ass weights.
Hmm.
Casey?
Yeah.
I want my money and I want it now.
That one
Call
kills me, man.
JG Wentworth.
Oh, I can't stand that commercial. I can't stand it. Oh man. Hey ABGM, just so you know, channel rule, we're just about AMC, Ape, or GME here, or something that has a relationship to it. The one stock or the ticker that you were throwing out there doesn't have any relationship to that, so keep those dirty words out out your mouth. Sorry. Oh my gosh, like everybody's gonna jump in on this now. Yeah, and bank failures are part of the market kind of crashing, so I'm cool with bank failures. That's fine.
So, how do we know we're not waist deep? I was going to use another term. How do we know we're not waist deep in a margin call right now that could accelerate this maybe Monday or Tuesday? Because then don't they have to cover 18 million, 17 million FTDs, supposedly?
Right?
Yeah, I'll tell you how you know. What's our volume at?
$17 million?
Do you think you're in waist deep in a margin call?
No.
Yeah.
But
Not really.
what
Yeah.
if they gave them 5 days to get their money?
Nah, man.
Or
If you were
what
waist
about
if you were waist deep in a margin call, we would already be sitting at 100 and some odd dollars a share, and the volume would be through the roof. We probably would have already traded the float once over, or more, or twice. That's how you know. This isn't it. Not, I mean, I'd like to believe that it is, guys. I really would. I'm not trying to be the Debbie Downer here, but we're only at 17.29 million shares on 4.85% increase in price for the day to day. You know, where's the volume? The volume's not there. I don't see where's the off exchange suppression and price discovery, and I'm not seeing it. There's not massive quantities of off exchange volume, so not seeing it right now, not yet.
I think everybody's anticipating that day they open that faucet up.
Yeah, yeah.
do you think that they'd have to report within 3 days, or was it when was it like a day ago, right? Hedge funds have to report their losses within 3 days.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Is that going to help us?
Yeah, I think it could a little bit.
Okay.
I think that part of the reason why we're starting to see, I mean, we literally saw Janet Yellen, Jerome Powell, and Gary Gensler sit down in that meeting, and they sat there and they talked about how they weren't utilizing all the tools that they have at their at their
disposal.
Thank you. I couldn't say the word. At their disposal, and yet they're not using them. And so then they said we're going to start using those. And it was almost pretty much like a fair warning shot over the bow that they were saying like we're going to start doing haircuts, right? And then now we're seeing haircuts. So they're implementing haircuts. And some of the rules that are going into effect are going to perhaps start exposing perhaps maybe what's going on here, and they might start using some tools a little bit differently than they normally would have in the past. But do I think that this is in regards to like the banks though? I think those are planned failures, to be honest with you. I think they want those to fail. I can't imagine them not wanting them to fail.
Well, with the guy moving within like a year or a few months, taking over that bank that we saw yesterday, that kind of gave it away. They implanted that closer to close that bank. What was his name?
The Paul?
Yeah, was it Paul?
Paul, why don't I always forget the last name? Yeah. Paul something. Give me a second. I'll look it up.
Not Paul Rodriguez. Not Paul Rodriguez.
No. It was. Give me a second. I'm pulling it up.
What's up, brother? I don't want to disturb your flow. I just wanted to say what's up and thanks for the channel, bro.
Oh, no problem, man.
George.
Wait. Who is this? George. Anytime.
Are you George on the Discord as well? I mean, on the YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't fit my full last name in here, so I just put George.
No, you don't need to. It's cool.
Paul
Thanks
Taylor.
For stopping by. Paul Taylor. Yeah, him.
Paul Taylor, yeah.
Right, they put him in there.
So I didn't even talk about that today, by the way. So I should probably talk about that, right? Pac West.
Yeah.
Let me pull up Paul Taylor. Hold on a second. I'm gonna talk about this real quickly, guys. This is actually kind of interesting stuff. Maybe a little bit in regards to Pac West Bank Corp. So I'm gonna pull them up here real quick. Put them up on the page here so you guys can see this. And I think this is really kind of interesting because this is something we found out yesterday. I was doing a little bit of research with the guys afterwards in the back of the big Trammp after the live stream was over. But Paul Taylor's the CEO of Pacific Western Bank, or why am I drawing a blank here? PCP, I just drew a blank on the bank. PACW. So in regards to that bank, Paul Taylor. Mr. Taylor is the president and chief executive officer and director of Pacific Western Bank and Pacific Bank Corp. He was president in 2022. So this guy literally just walked into the CEO position of this company, of this bank. He previously served as a chief executive officer, president, and director of Opus Bank from 2019 until it was acquired in 2020. Now, I know from my years of history working in the semiconductor industry, this is what I would call a closer. Somebody who goes into banks and works as a CEO for the bank for a year or two before they close out the bank. Paul Taylor was working for Opus Bank from 2019 until it was acquired in 2020. He was chief executive officer, president, and a director of I'm going to screw this name up. Guarantee Bank Corp, and Chief Executive Officer and Chairman of the Board of Directors of Guarantee Bank and Trust Company, a banking subsidiary of Guarantee Bank Corp, from 2011 through 2018. Prior to that, he had held various positions, including Executive Vice President, Chief Financial and Operating Officer, and Secretary of Guarantee Bank Corp. Mr. Taylor sits on the board of the Boys and Girls Club of Denver. He previously served on the foundation board for the Denver Rescue Mission. I sent him an email to talk to him, see if he'd be willing to come and talk to us about kind of what's going on with Pacific Western Bank. And obviously, I don't expect to hear anything back from him at all. But something's a little fishy about this. The fact that he's just walking in as the president of this bank. Now here all of a sudden we got this failure of the bank and it going under. It doesn't. Something stinks here. Either this guy was set up for failure or he's a planned closer. One of the two. I don't know which, but either way, it stinks to high hell, and something's not right here. So, anyways,
Let me guess. He used to work for Citadel.
I didn't check to see. I really didn't check to see. It gave a breakdown on. Let's see if there's connections here. I doubt it.
Or he was Gary Gensler's pool boy at one point. Something like that. It's all incestuous.
I mean, more than likely, we're probably not going to find any like specific link. I didn't really kind of go into it. I probably should look up his LinkedIn account and see if I can find out what his background was. I mean, there might be like college connections or some sort or another. You never know. Who knows? I don't really like to look up too deeply into those kind of things because the way this stuff works, you can almost always find some kind of connection, and I don't like. To me, that gets a little too tinfoil hattish. I mean, you can really draw a connection to almost anybody. I mean, it's like the whole what's his face? Seven steps away from Kevin Bacon or whatever it's called. 7 points of separation, or is it 5? 5 points of separation? I don't know.
7
50
degrees
Shades
of
of Grey.
Whatever. Yeah, 50 Shades of Grey from Kevin Bacon.
That's it.
That's definitely what it is. It's and it's what it is, like everybody's got some kind of connection to somebody else, and if you look hard enough, you're going to find some kind of connection between somebody and somebody else, and it's going to cause you to think that, oh, there's certainly something nefarious happening here, and it's like, no, not really. It's just that these guys walk, a lot of these C-suite guys, they walk around in tight circles. They know each other. There's business deals that are being made all the time. It's not. That's how it works in the real world. It happens. They got connections. You got to know somebody. You got to be in the right place at the right time to make things happen. So I don't really look into that stuff too much. Everybody's throwing in different degrees of separation. 6, 7, 9. Bacon goes good with old socks. Oh man. Now you probably could look up and find out that there's a Shaw hedge fund out there. I don't know if you guys know that or not. Have you guys? I don't think I've ever seen anybody make that connection yet with me, but there is a hedge fund out there called Shaw.
Good to know.
Mm-hmm.
How's the salary? Is it good, Casey?
No, it's actually free. I wish that it was. It's called the DE Shaw Group. In case you guys are wondering, the interesting. I'm kind of curious what the DE's first name is. Oh, it's David Shaw and Company. Yeah, it's not me. No relationship whatsoever that I'm aware of. Actually, I don't know. I mean, there could be a relationship. I don't know of it. Founded in 1988.
'88. Wow.
The company is known for developing complicated mathematical models and sophisticated computer programs to exploit anomalies in the financial markets as of June 1st, 2021. Interesting period of time. That's actually June 21st of 20, or actually I think it was it June, end of June that I first started doing videos? I think it was the end of June. I'm really surprised nobody's made that connection yet. I've not heard anybody say anything about it. I was waiting for it, but never happened.
Well, it made me think. It made me think of something. It made me think like, I don't like it that we could you could have your last name like some other person, extended family or whatever way extended family could make a company, and then you know what I mean, like I don't know. I don't like company names and stuff with families.
Yeah.
The word exploit, kind of an odd word to use, isn't it? Wouldn't it be better to be take advantage of or something better than exploit?
I don't know. I don't have any relation to him that I know of, so if I did,
Poor choice of words right there.
that I know of.
No. I'm talking
Oh.
about his description. Poor choice of words. Exploit.
Oh, who said exploit?
Their description of the company says they exploit.
Oh, yeah.
Poor choice of words, I think.
Oh, Francis is saying he did ask. I guess I just don't remember then, Francis. Well, let's take a look at the numbers, guys. It is time. Let's see here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. I mean, that's really what I mean. If you think about it, though, like if you're going to use software to help identify weaknesses in the marketplace, that's essentially what you're doing is exploiting flaws in other mathematical trading habits that are being formulated by other systems. So you're finding exploits, and I'm actually
I agree.
yeah.
I agree with your assessment, but you would think that somebody would have decided to use a better word than exploit. There's got to be somebody needs to buy a thesaurus, man.
I kind of like it. I mean, because he's basically sitting there saying like, "Look, the system's rigged, and I'm exploiting it." I think it's being very straightforward, and I love it. I think that's awesome. Like don't call it for what it is. I see a rigged system, but I figured out that there's ways that you can exploit that. So I like it. I think it's honest. I don't know. That's just me. But let's take a look at these numbers. Starting with off exchange on AMC, I would expect there to be somewhere around 64% combined between EDGX and off exchanges by this time of the day. On AMC, we got 54.91%. EDGX is at 11.76. The combined total 66.67%, or about 2.67% higher than what I would expect by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.07 with a 30-day average of 2.45. That number is very low, but we've been seeing it shoot up later in the portion of the day. Off exchange is 40.35 for Ape, and EDGX is at 8.56. The combined total 48.91, or let's see, 15. Is that 15.09% less than what it should be, I think, by this time of the day? CHX volume is only 300 shares, nothing unusual going on there. GME's CHX volume is 0.08 with a 30-day average of 0.25, so nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Vortex data, as of an hour ago on Vortex, it was reporting about 3.45 million shares having been borrowed. It's or returned rather, I should say. It's now 2.53 million shares having been returned, which is less, which means that some borrowing occurred. That's going to raise the short share interest of the free float to 25.31%. Cost to borrow min is at 7.93. Here comes that estimation that we had about price jetting upwards and then coming back down again. 7.93% on cost to borrow min, average is 152.82, and max is 336.39. Shares on loan decreased day over day by 890,000 shares to 173.23 million shares on loan. Vortex estimated about 311,000 of that was in short interest that was closed day over day. And then on Ape, we've got an hour ago 159,000 shares having been borrowed. It has not changed. It leaves the estimated short share interest of the free float at 5.2%. Cost of borrow mins at 7.93, average is 9.09, and max is 9.23. Shares on loan decreased by 0.02 or 20,000 shares day over day, bringing us to 24.02 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume for the day today is at a $6 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 25,000 contracts. There's now 31.9. And on puts in volume for the day, we went from 16.6 thousand contracts to 20,000 contracts at a $5.50 strike for the puts. Market still suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5.50 and $6 by the end of the day today for AMC. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $7.54. We did test off of $7.65, which was really close to my Fibonacci retracement. I would expect to see a retest of our ascending level of resistance that we've had, which is now going to become a level of support. Hopefully, this is what I'm hoping for here. Big hopes. 766. Let's draw it right around here. My hopes is that we'll see maybe a little bit of a bullish triangle being formed where you've got the flat line on the top side. So we'll maybe see test off the bottom, retest off of 766, see some consolidation, and then a potential breakout by tomorrow around 10:15 Eastern Standard Time. So maybe at market open. I might be drawing this a little bit too far back. Let's say market open. That should be market open right there. Oh, really close. There, market open-ish time frame. So hopefully we can get some consolidation between now and market open tomorrow, and then see the breakout going up and into newer highs. Hopefully. Not going to count on it. I'm hoping. Orders by Fidelity customers. Due to the fact that AMC, Ape, and GME have such low volume, I wouldn't expect to see any of those three on this list. Those are the only three I'm looking for. Nope, not on here. SSR trips at $5.17 for AMC. They did borrow an additional 50,000 shares that are being reported right here. Let me add that to the 50,000 shares. So far for the day today, only 100,000 shares borrowed. Fees are at 171.3%. You can bet your bottom dollar if we're going to see some upwards price movement that we'll see some more shares borrowed before the end of the day is out. Taking a look at the market right now, NASDAQ is down 0.16, Dow Jones is down 0.85, S&P 500 is down 0.48. We have 3,776 decliners to 2,473 advancers. The market is about where it was, I think, as far as advancing or declining. It's about where it was an hour ago. Taking a look at some of the banks in here. The biggest movers for the day today, we've got Silvergate up 4.42, PacWest down 41.36, FHN is down 32.39, Zion is down 11.87, Wall is down 30.61, U.S. Bank Corps is down 5%, Wells Fargo down 4.21. American Express down 2.75. And that's it. Those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is down 1.79. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently showing up 0.06. Oil is up 2.23. Mortgage-backed securities are either anywhere from breaking even to being down 0.06, and the SPY is down 0.51. Really looks like it's just kind of trading sideways right now and consolidating. VIX is up 10.31, and it looks like it's increasing. Let's check it out real quick here just to see. Currently, it's decreasing. VBR is down 1.46. VB is down 1.22. Tesla is up 0.68. Amazon is up 0.6. Cinemark is down 0.79. Doge is down 1.6. Bitcoin is down 0.76. GME is up 2.28. HYMC is down 0.6. NCMI is down 6.66. Hood is up 1.19. Ape is up 3.29 at $1.57, and AMC is up 3.75 at $5.96. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $2.1 million more inflow than outflow. 18.37 million shares traded so far for the day today. Let's see what we got going on here. 292 minutes worth of trading. puts us on a pace for 24.53 million shares traded by the end of the day today. The end of the day volume will likely be within the 5 to 25 million that I suggested in the pre-market, but I think that in the aftermarket hours we will trade higher than the 25 million that I suggested. So more than likely we'll see that get busted in the aftermarket hours. On a 4-hour timetable on AMC, we have more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 72.57, signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 71.28, which is overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.81, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.29, which is average. On Ape, there's approximately $200,000 more inflow than outflow. I think that might be the first time that inflow beat out outflow today. We have 7.77 million shares traded so far after 293 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 10.34 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. I did feel like we would see more volume today than we saw yesterday, which is looking to be accurate. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure and selling pressure with multiple divergences of the Vortex indicator, but currently more buying pressure. RSI at 59.05, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence within the last 4 hours and way more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.96, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.99, which is cooled off and above average, but definitely spiked above into the overbought territory for a little bit there. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.6, which is slightly above average. And with that, back to you guys. You guys ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, we're ready.
All right.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I'm ready to have good news and AMC to drop in price, right? That's what usually happens, right?
Yeah.
It seems like it.
So I'm gonna probably buy more.
Yeah, I was curious if we could just have it as a little discussion about something that I was wondering about. I don't understand why these articles, predict let me pull up one, but like I feel like they're underestimating how much quarter over year improvement there was. Like drastically.
Yeah.
Because Box Office Mojo was saying like 28%.
Yeah.
For total revenues, right?
Mm-hmm.
And AMC has the largest market share. And I'm trying to look at the competitors that still exist, and I'm trying to make the math to see what their market share is,
Mm-hmm.
But they're saying they think 23% up year over year, which I don't understand why they would think. Doesn't that seem low?
I'm not watching it that closely, but what I would say is that I would rather us beat estimates than.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
That's definitely better. I'm just saying, what are they looking at? It's
I can tell you what they're not looking at. I don't think they have any idea with the fact that popcorn's, in addition to our. I think our we have at least 1 week worth of what I think earnings is going to be coming in from on the popcorn sales, which I don't think that they're taking into account for. I don't think they can. I don't think they have any way to be able to predict what that's going to look like in earnings. So that's going to be a big discrepancy that is unaccounted for. I don't know if they can account for the credit card stuff that that went down as well. I don't remember the dates on that exactly when that went through, or if it was.
Yeah, I think that was afterward.
Was it after? Okay, I couldn't remember when it was.
Yeah.
another thing that I think is very difficult for them to contemplate or expect is some of the merchandise that's been purchased by AMC. I think we've had some
Yeah.
huge merchandise that would exceed their expectations. I know as far as Adam Aaron's concerned, he's mentioned that we've had multiple breaks in records on concession sales in
Yeah.
the first quarter, I
Yeah.
think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, food and merchandise. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's something that they're not going to be able to account for because they can't. I mean, they don't really know what those numbers are. So why would they potentially maybe be estimating lower than? I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at this website, like, and when looking at like competition and market share, they're lumping in streaming services too, which I don't think that's fair. You know, we're talking about just like movie theaters, like market share. You know,
Mhm.
um,
Just simply
that was
market
one
share
cat.
on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know why. And Doug is saying any chance Walmart did a deal that paid him up front for the cash flow. It's possible, Doug, and I've actually considered that maybe Walmart would have paid for the inventory in advance. Very likely that would be the
They
case.
do that.
Yeah, I would think that they would have
Yeah.
to pay in advance for the product. But I don't
Yep.
I don't know what that would look like. I have no idea.
Looks good.
Yeah, I'm
Hey,
sure it'll look
anything
good.
extra is good. Yeah.
Well, and then how does that offset the production cost for getting the popcorn out? I don't know.
They just borrowed 50,000, so I imagine it's going to be a lot more before tonight.
Oh yeah. Let the cow patty stepping commence.
It's like they're stepping in their own poop, you know. That's how I see it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I fully expect to see a big push down on price here though.
Juanito is asking you something, Casey.
I was only
Juanito
responding to
Cubero.
Casey's look at the numbers. There was no need to have a timeout. Casey, please address. Well, Hood is on my list of OK stocks only because I hate it so much.
We all hate it.
Yeah, Hood's okay. Nana, just to let you know, Hood's on the list here. But only because I can't stand Robin Hood, and that's why I keep it up there. It's kind of an exception to the rule, unfortunately.
We're watching it burn.
Yeah, burn, baby, burn. But I'm gonna go to break here, guys. I don't want to make you guys feel like you gotta like entertain everybody or anything. Petra, how's it going, man? Good to see you.
It's going well, Casey. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah. How was the trip, by the way?
Oh, yeah, I went out to Indianapolis for a conference. I'll actually be going out next week to the coast, so for a conference. It went really well. It's a good refresher, and and the baseball game was nice too as well.
Yeah, I saw the baseball game that you posted on Twitter, and so I was sitting there going like, but what I couldn't understand was the rest of the stadium as empty as it looked behind you, or did you just get there like super early?
So it was a day game, so it was probably 2 o'clock our time here. So it was pretty empty. I'm not gonna lie. It's a AAA affiliate for the gosh, what team is it? The Pirates. So what do you expect, the Pirates? But it was a lot of fun. I really miss going to baseball games. So it was a lot of fun.
You know, my mom used to
Thank
take me out to the San Diego Padres games in Jack Murphy Stadium, and that's all I will ever call it. I refuse to call it anything else other than the Jack Murphy Stadium, which no longer exists anymore. But that was a childhood memory that I will never forget. And even though we sat in the nosebleed bleachers, she would always take me and some of the other neighborhood kids, and she'd take us all out, and we'd go watch a baseball game, and it was just so cool. There was something about like going and watching baseball games that it didn't matter if you had a great seat or not. It was just getting out there and seeing the game. And I quite honestly I miss that. I miss it. I've tried to rekindle my love for baseball, but it was I want to say it was stomped on a little bit by some of the um, uh, shoot, I can't remember what it was the strike or not, yeah, the strikes that they had
Yeah.
back in the what was it, the 80s, the late 80s.
No, I think it was in the 90s because I remember maybe early 90s.
I want to say it was 89 or 90.
It might have been. It was right around there. I don't think it was in the 80s because in '89 you had, remember, at Candlestick during the World Series they had the great earthquake, or one of the better earthquakes that they've had. I guess I don't know if that's a proper term, better, but that was live when they had that going on. I don't think it was that year. I think it was shortly after that because there was almost one in '96 or '98, right around there, because of Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire, all that going on through the steroid era.
Yeah. So
So,
I'm looking here, and
but
it looks like it was a 1990 lockout.
yeah,
And it was from February 15th to March 18th, 1990. Then there was another strike in 94, 95. And I don't and then there was also one that's showing up here at 1985 as well. But it was only for 2 days. So I think I'm talking about the 1991 the lockout one. And when that happened, I just walked away from baseball altogether. I used to be able to tell you like so many players' names from all kinds of different, all kinds of stats on players. Some of my favorite players at the time. Um, I knew so much about baseball, and my love for the game gone in one strike. That's all it took. They didn't get three
I've
strikes.
been, yeah, I totally get it. There seemed to be a little time frame, even last year, where I wasn't watching as much as I was. And then I went to that game and I was like, man, this is just awesome. It was awesome weather. I mean, it was in the 60s. So, I mean, you couldn't beat it. I had a great time.
Pantheon's
So,
talking about doing a game at each stadium tour. And I would love to join them
the
on
bucket
some of the.
list.
Yeah,
Oh, that's cool.
I'd like to join them. Not on all. I don't want to go to all of them, but I'd love to. There's maybe a couple different fields I'd like to attend the game with them at. So I think it'd be
Yeah, I
fun.
think he's gonna buy one of those big buses. It's gonna take us all
A big tramp.
on a road trip. Yep,
Nice.
big strumpet.
Nice.
What would have been a dream for me is to see Pearl Jam at Wrigley Field. They played quite a few games during '16 when the Cubs won the World Series. They played quite a few games there, and Eddie Vedder was a big part of that. So I know he was very good friends with Theo Epstein, the president. So that'd have been really cool to see. That would be like a very intimate show. I would love to do that.
Hmm. You know what I really like is I like watching some of the minor league games now though, because they're so much more personal. Like there's no bad seat in the house. Sometimes some places, they've got the outfield area where you can sit and camp out on the grass, depending on the field. And
Yeah, they had that. They had that there, and like I said, I think I spent $18 for a ticket. I was on the third base side, probably about 5 rows up. There was nobody really around me.
Nice.
That's
I
awesome.
got a baseball and I got a shirt. They were
Dang,
throwing out shirts, and yeah,
Nice.
it was fun. It was good.
that's awesome. Took you back, huh?
Oh, it was good. It was. I had a lot of fun doing that. You forget. I've been to Petco out there in San Diego. I never been to the Murph, but been to Petco. That's a beautiful park. I mean, right there where I was sitting was kind of like where you were, probably in the nosebleeds, but you could see the Coronado Bay out there.
Hmm.
It was beautiful.
Well, I've never been to what is it, Petco? I've never been
Yeah.
to the new stadium downtown.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
was
it's Petco.
yeah, that came in later after I left San Diego, so I never got an opportunity to see that or go to a game in that stadium. It was always just the Jack Murphy for me. So, but which later became, I think, Qualcomm, which was another reason why I believe it or not, guys, my hatred for companies taking over and hedge funds started all and actually all stems from baseball days when companies started taking over baseball stadium names. I think
Enron.
yeah, I hated it. I was like, this shouldn't happen. This is
Yeah.
un-American. I felt like they were just stomping all over um,
They needed money.
history, and I didn't like it.
Casey,
Oh,
I don't know if you remember this. When you lived in Phoenix, they had Bob, the old Bank One ballpark.
I never had a
Bob
chance to
Ross.
go to it.
I was out there. Yeah, I got to see Randy Johnson pitch. That was a great time when I was probably about 21.
That's awesome. I'm gonna head to break, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and leave the back of the big tramp. Just throw some music on here so you guys can talk amongst yourselves. But I'll come back in a little bit here, and we'll do numbers again, and then I'll head out to
Oh, trivia.
yeah,
Yeah.
movie trivia as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Happy Hump Day, by the way. Happy Hump Day.
Every day is hump day. All right. Happy
So,
hump day.
so Tendies Plus Plus brought up a good point, and it's kind of taking over baseball right now. I don't know if you've seen this, and they're sold out. I know there's one. They're probably coming to Austin and probably San Antonio, but the Savannah Bananas, they're killing it. Like he said, it's a different style. They just have fun. It's an exhibition game. But
Wait,
they
is that where they start
they bring in
dancing? Is that where they all start like
yes,
dancing to like some kind of
they
music
do
or
a
something?
bunch of stuff. Yeah, they do a bunch of stuff. Like I think they bring the fans out on the dugout and they dance on the dugout. I think they had a celebrity or a celebrity baseball player, and he didn't realize it, but the catcher moved to his backside while he was batting, and they threw behind him, and he kind of freaked out, and the catcher caught it. But they just did. Yeah, they're like the Harlem Globetrotters, Pirate. Yes, exactly.
Huh. Interesting. Sounds like fun. I might have to check that out. Especially since I have a Savannah in the house here. Maybe the kids will like that.
There you go. Some merch.
Yep.
Do you have a banana?
Well, that's her nickname.
Oh.
Yep. All right, guys. I'm gonna do a break. I will see you guys in a bit.
Take care, Casey.
Later. Let me put up the message here for you guys real quick and get some music. Nice mood setting music. Ooh. Alrighty. See you guys in a bit. Alrighty, I'm back, guys, and it's time to take a look at the numbers, do a little toast here real quick before we end out the day. Got the jingly ice. Yeah. Let me get rid of the message on the screen here real quick here. And we're back to making adventurous apes again. Let's see here. So, we have a birthday today. The Lion King has his birthday today. So, Lion King, I hope you have a wonderful birthday today. I hope that you have many fortunate days ahead of you in this year, and I hope you have a great. I think it was 42nd. You said birthday, 41st or 42nd, somewhere right around there. You're over the hill, buddy. You're past over the hill. Happy birthday! Cheers. Oh, that is such a good drink to go back to. I love it. I have to tell you guys, I really do like this adventurous ape drink. It's quite good. I could get used to those. All right, let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. Take you guys to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying. Hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Let's see what we got going on here. Give me 1 second while I move a couple pages around. All right. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we've got 56.17% going through off exchange, EDGX at 11.15. The grand total 67.32% or 1.32% higher than I would expect by this time of the day. We are starting to see a little bit more volume through CHX, but not a whole lot yet. The 30-day average is 2.44, but we're at 0.16%, so not a huge amount there. Taking a look at Ape, 40.01% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.12. Combined total 49.13%. We're looking at about 16.87% less than what it should be by this time of the day. So part of the reason why we may be seeing price improvement is some of that volume is actually hitting the lit market. New York Stock Exchange usually only sees about 13.49%. Today it's seeing 17.29. On GME, CHX volume is at 0.07% with a 30-day average of 0.25, which is definitely nothing to gawk about. He said gawk. It sounds like hawk. Hawk-catch. Taking a look at AMC on Vortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 2.53 million shares having been returned. It's now 2.61. It's not really going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float too much. It's at 25.3%. Cost to borrow min is at 7.93, average 222.13, and max is 339.09. Shares on loan decreased day over day by 890,000 shares down to 173.23 million shares on loan. Vortex is estimating that about 311,000 of that was in closed short interest. On Ape, an hour ago, it was 159,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. Has not changed. That leaves the estimated short share interest of the free float at 5.2%. Cost to borrow mins at 7.93, average is 9.08, and max is 9.23. 20,000 shares having been returned yesterday, putting us at 24.02 million shares having been or are on loan currently. And taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume an hour ago was at a $6 strike. The total amount of volume was 31.9 thousand contracts. It's now 35.9. Highest amount of puts is at a $20 strike. An hour ago it was, currently the highest amount of puts is at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago there was 20,000 contracts. There's now 26.6. The combined, oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys are noticing this or not, but at the very bottom of the page, you can see that there are in the money puts and calls being purchased at a $10 strike again. More attempts to probably try to price out individuals from buying options. Just so you guys know, that's pretty good sign. I think that's what's going on there. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we're currently at $7.54. We are getting that consolidation between 766 and this rising level of support. As you can see, we tested right off of that and are getting that consolidation. Hopefully, we can get that breakout to the north side here of $7.66 at market open tomorrow, which is what I've got this box drawn up for here. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME have had low amounts of volume, so I wouldn't imagine us to be on this list. But I'm going to check anyways. Not on here. Not unexpected. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day on AMC would have been at $5.17, Ape at 1.368. Neither of those triggered. Shares available to borrow, does appear that I've already logged down these 50,000 shares that were borrowed, so we're at 100,000 shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day, and fees are at 171.3%. NASDAQ is down 0.55, Dow Jones is down 1.07, and the S&P 500 is down 0.83. We have 3,945 decliners to 2,323 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing than it was an hour ago. Banks, big movers. I don't know why FRC is still trading. It's got to be options still closing out, but Silvergate's up 7.52. PacWest is down 44.94. FHN is down 33.19. Zion is down 12.05. Wall is down 34.29. US Bank Corp is down 3.25. Wells Fargo down 3.98. American Express 2.96. Ethereum Classic is down 1.96. The US dollar is up 0.06. Oil is up 1.36. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.23 to 0.27, and the SPY is down 0.81. VIX is up 7.96. VBR is down 1.81. VB is down 1.54. Tesla is up 0.36. Amazon is up 0.5. Cinemark is down 0.49. Doge is down 1.55. Bitcoin is down 0.91. GME is up 1.75. HYMC is down 1.37. NCMI is down 9.03. Hood is up 0.9, and Ape is up 3.95 at $1.58, and AMC is up 3.83 at $5.96. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC is about $2.2 million more inflow than outflow. 21.15 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 351 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for 23.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in pre-market. We may see 25 get broken in the aftermarket hours. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 72.57, which is signaling overbought. More selling pressure than buying pressure on a 1-hour time interval. RSI at 66.93, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.38, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 50.79, which is average. On Ape, we have approximately $100,000. Actually, it's a little bit less than that. It's about $60,000 more outflow than inflow. 9.61 million shares traded so far for the day today after 3 hours and 52 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for 10.64 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested we would see more volume today than yesterday, and that is turning out to be the case. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with divergence in the Vortex indicator within the last 4 hours. RSI is at 58. Actually, it's the last 8 hours. RSI is at 57.53, which is slightly above average. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.08, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.78, which is slightly above, no, that's above average. On a 5-minute interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.27, which is that's average, an average number there. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. We got just a few more minutes here before movie trivia. The Lion King says, my family don't know anything about the AMC life, but my daughter made a card with planets and a moon on it. It's a sign. That's really awesome, dude. That's really great. I love that. The Lion King says, when we're rich, they'll know all about it. Christopher Bates says, I always teach my son to listen and question. Absolutely. You got to find out the truth for yourself. You can't just take anybody's word for something. You got to listen and you got to research. And you can't just go to the internet and just type in the first thing that you find and say, oh, that's the answer. You really have to dig and research. James of Arizona says, can we get a small trampoline? Yes, we can. What time is the call? It's 8:30 in the morning. I think that's going to be 7:30 Eastern. I'm pretty sure. No, I think that is Eastern Standard Time is 8:30. I think it's 8:30 Eastern. So 7:30 Standard, which means it'll be an hour. It means I'll basically be while I'm on my break normally. You know, my mom always taught me to think with my head. She always. I was too stubborn to listen, though. I was way too stubborn to listen. What was I doing again? There's something I was doing. Small trampoline. That's what it was. Yeah, let's put it right here. There we go. We got a small one. All right, we got about 4 more minutes before we do the movie trivia for the day today. And I think I'm probably going to read you guys the question today because I think it might be a little. I'm still going to give 2 points like usual, but I'm probably going to read you the question because I just don't think there's any way that you'll just guess it out of nowhere. No, I don't have to get up an hour early. I start streaming at 6 in the morning my time, which means it doesn't start until an hour and a half earlier or an hour and a half after the live stream starts. So I don't have to get up extra early at all tomorrow. That's a little off, isn't it? Maybe not. I don't know. Nana says, this trampoline scares me. Oh my God, Casey, don't admit you have a small one. Hey, I make it whatever size I want. it's I was asked for a small tramp. So that's what it is. I guess Albert, I always get up early. In regards to that, I guess. We got about 2 minutes more here, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers, or not the numbers, the movie trivia. Today's movie trivia is tomorrow. Tomorrow is the quarterly earnings report. Derek, it's first thing in the morning, like an hour and a half into the live stream, is when it should be going on. Today's movie trivia is Bruce Almighty. If you have not seen it, there will be spoilers, maybe. Okay, so when do the earnings splash? I mean, it's going to be interesting. We haven't seen a before market open earnings call before. Normally it's after market hours. I'm kind of curious what's going to happen to volume. I normally look at our pokey stick of volume at 7 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time, which would be 30 minutes before Eastern. So if there was large quantities of volume that occurred before or after, I don't know how I would account for that. So, I mean, I'm probably going to have to make some adjustments tomorrow based off of what's happening. All right, it's time. Let's do this. And that way I can get back in the back of the big tramp. Hit live now for movie trivia. As soon as I see my first ready, I'll start putting out questions. Albert, the interesting thing is that settlement is kind of going to act like a dividend in a roundabout way, which is kind of exciting, honestly. All right, Doug says he's ready. Let's do this. Here we go. First question. What is the name of Bruce's dog? Sam by censored content is correct. Oh man, Parrot, he just beat you out on that one. He came in like a fraction of a second late there. What movie does Bruce talk about when he is on the Maid of the Mist? Titanic is correct by Frank Lehman. In this question, I'm talking about when Bruce and God are talking on the 7th floor of the building where Bruce originally met God in. God is wearing a baseball cap with what baseball team's logo on it? Ooh, that's tough, Joe, because there's more than one New York team. So, Pirateborn said the Yanks first. because you could have said the New York Mets, Joe. It is the New York Yankees is the correct answer. So I'm gonna have to give it to Pirate Porn. I'm sorry. You got to be more specific on it. When you say New York, there's multiple teams. Pirate Born. You know what? I'm gonna give you a point anyways. I know what the intentions were. No one likes the Mets. I used to like the Mets. Greg Jeffries was a favorite of mine for a long time. Let's see here. Joe, did you change your name back, Joe? It's still Pounce. Okay. Joe Pounce. All right. How can you tell intent? I can't. I think he was thinking the New York Yankees though. That's what I'm running with it. What is Bruce and Grace's blood type? Red. AB plus is correct. AB positive by Jared Hutto is correct. Frank Lehman, Pirate Born, you guys came in right after him, really close. A bunch of different answers all popped in there at the same time. Who is Bruce caught kissing with at the party? Do you kiss with or who are, that doesn't sound right. Who worded this question? Who was Bruce caught kissing at the party? You wouldn't say with. Susan is correct by Pirate Porn. Who says with? Kissing with? Do you kiss with? I don't feel like you ever say kiss with. Sounds really stupid. Oh man. No, you all are wrong. Wrong. That is not the next question. You guys are wrong. You fail. All y'all who put in media anchor in there, you fail. I'm gonna take points away. Jared Hutto, Novocaine, you guys are losing points. That is not the next one. Fill in the blank. You should turn on the blank channel once in a while. It's a quote. And you did not get this correct. This is the legit next question here. Discovery by censored content is correct. Cheaters. I caught you red-handed. Red-handed. That was not. All right, fine. I'll give it to you. I'll say. What was Bruce's occupation? I'm gonna give it to Joe. TV reporters. I'll take anchor. I'll take that, Joe. Cheaters. Let's see here. Next one. Which actress was Jim Carrey's co-star in the movie? Aniston is correct by censored content. Second to last question. How many fingers did Bruce have on his right hand when he showed God? 7 by Preacher is correct. All right. This last one's really rough, guys. I don't think there's any way that you guys get this one. I mean, I don't really think there's any possible way. I don't think it. I mean, I would almost be willing to give you guys 3 points. I'll let you throw out a few guesses here real quick. And if you get it, I'll give you 3 points. But I think I'm gonna have to read this one in order for you guys to get it. I'm gonna be really impressed if you do. But I'm probably gonna give you guys like 20 seconds or so. You got 20 seconds to get it. I'm gonna give you one hint within that 20 seconds, and I will give it to you in the remaining 5 seconds. Here we go. Okay, nobody got it. Here we go. This is for 2 points now. You guys are so close, but not. Okay. God can't get this jingle out of his head based on what 90s sold on TV gadget? The Clapper by Robert B. for 2 points is correct. You said clap. I saw clap. I saw clapping. I did not see clap. I saw clap on, clap off. It was not the gadget name. I was looking for a gadget name. The Clapper is correct. By who was it? It was Robert B. for 2 points. Preacher. Why did I write you down for 7 points? Preacher, I give you 7 points for some reason. I wrote your name and wrote 7. I don't know why. I do hash marks. I don't even do numbers. I don't know why I did that. It's Preacher. All right, I'm gonna go back into the back of the big tramp, guys, and sit back there. We got Tech We Love back here. Tech, how's it going, man? You are live, by the way. He's
Doing good.
All right, there we go. All right, I'm not going to give you guys the results on who the winner is because I don't actually have them available currently at this time because I'm missing.
Yeah, rude.
No, I know I'm missing Monday's
Casey,
data. Yeah, what's up?
I'm missing 6 points. It was supposed to be 7. That's what you said.
Yep, I'm sure. Censored Content got his points for the day today. Frank Lehman just got his point for the day today. Pirate Born getting his 2 points added to the 2 points he got from before. Joe Pounce. Where's Joe Pounce? There he is. Adding 2. Jared Hutto. Oh, this is Jared's first points for the week. Congratulations, Jared. I think they are. I don't know what happened Monday yet. I don't think you got points Monday, but maybe you did. Preacher, are you adding? This is your first points for the week, isn't it? That's all right. I'll just say yes for you. Robert B. Congratulations on your 2 points. All right. So I'm not going to tell you guys who the winner is until tomorrow. But I'm going to tell you what everybody has minus Monday's numbers because I don't have Monday's numbers down yet. So it could be really close here because it is kind of tight. In third place, we have Frank Lehman with 5 points, Joe Ponce with 7 points, and in first place our reigning champion, Censored Content, with 10 points. Now I know for a fact that there are some people that had some extra bonus points that kind of came into the week with some points. So we'll see. We'll see if he's the winner going into tomorrow. You'll know from the title, as the winner will have their name in the title. So. Clap on, clap off. Can't get out of his head. Oh man, I used to say some of the most like not PC things ever when I was younger.
Like what?
If I said them now, it would be.
You wouldn't have learned.
Yeah, there. I would be so. Everybody would be just disappointed in me as a person.
What?
I've
It's
grown.
okay.
I've grown.
Come on. Like chauvinist pig.
Oh yeah, very
comments
very
like
chauvinist big comments. I've grown as a human being since I was younger, for sure.
Actually, wait. Sorry, I can. I was typing away when I realized I'm in Discord and people can hear me. Nana, I'll blow your mind a bit. My dog's name is Daddy.
Wait,
and
wait,
he's
what?
not married. So
What?
Blow your
wait.
mind, huh?
What did you say? I missed it.
Nana was asking if I was married, and then if my daddy was married, and then I just my dog's name is Daddy.
Oh, your dog.
He's not married.
Your dog's name is Daddy. Why did you call your dog Daddy?
Oh, you like that, huh?
Did you ever see what's the guy? The name of the guy, the dog whisperer.
Wow. You call food dog Daddy?
I have seen him, but I don't know what his name is off the top of my head. Yes, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Anyway, the thing is, his first and main dog was Namstuff, and he called it Daddy.
Did you say Numb
So
Stuff?
No, Amstuff. It's like the Amstuff is like the pit bull breed, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Rottweiler?
So yeah, that dog was Daddy. So basically, when I was looking to adopt a dog and I was looking at trainings, anyway, in my mind, I named it the dog Daddy because I thought I would, in a way, put the image of a very well-trained dog into my dog every time I would say his name. Of course, that's not what happened, but yeah, the name stuck.
Can I ask you a question? Does your dog ever run away?
No.
Never? He's never ran away.
He's running in circles, or he's running like to sniff stuff and coming right back. He's like not running away. And like, apart from the summer season where there's a lot of people around, I just open the door, let him go, and he comes back. Like he goes, does his business in the forest, comes back.
Because Tendies Plus Plus is on the same thought process here as I am. Because I'm imagining you walking outside looking for your dog when he's lost one day, yelling, "Daddy, Daddy!" Like, that's you've never thought about that like beforehand? Like that could end up being something that might happen one day. That you're
no. Actually, for me to call him, I just snap my fingers, and that's his sign to come back to me. So, yeah, even if he's like gone away, usually I just snap my fingers and he's coming.
I do something kind of similar with my dog, but not quite the same. I make this like.
Call him Papi?
No. I go.
Papi chulo.
Or I go. I'm trying to think how I do it. I go like that. And
what is that?
Yeah, it's weird sounding, right? It's almost
kind
like
of like inverse
like a
whistling.
bird.
Yeah,
it's like a bird sound,
like that, and he comes running.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he hasn't walked over here already since I did it. I'm surprised.
Try going.
I'm gonna try Daddy. Daddy. Daddy.
I have headphones on, and my the door to the room is closed, so he's not gonna come. But if you want to see him, I can turn on the camera, bring him over, and show him to you.
You're gonna bring your daddy over?
Yeah, yeah.
He's gonna bring his daddy.
Do you ever
over.
spank your daddy?
Sometimes, if he's naughty enough.
What is going on here? This is so not right.
Answering dog questions.
Do you spank your daddy? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Do you ever tell your daddy no?
Well,
or do you tell
probably.
your daddy, that's a good daddy. That's a good daddy.
But I'll give you a better one. Like, I have the chance to tell my daddy to shut the F up. sometimes. So
Do you say it in
being
your
too
language or
loud?
do you say it in English?
yeah. No, in English, in English.
You say it in English? You
You're
say it
being too
just like
loud,
that?
Daddy.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
yeah.
Do you
Do
scream it
you
out
say it
loud?
like that? You said, "Daddy, the neighbors are listening. Keep it down."
So, how do you say
Oh
daddy
man.
in your language, native language?
No, but that's the name. Even if someone asks me in Polish or in Romanian, his name is still Daddy.
It's still daddy.
Yeah,
Okay.
some older people like none that don't speak English sometimes think it's Teddy or Taddy or yeah, they don't really know what Daddy means. But yeah, no, it's just Daddy, nothing else. It's not Papi, Ojciec or other Polish terms or any other terms.
This is you do realize that here in the U.S. that this is like really like not like because I got Point Break Thor
I
saying,
know.
Casey, what will the future listeners think of these dialogues when you're saving them for posterity? And I'm sitting here going like, well, Point Break Thor, you're not wrong. I'd like to think that my children will look back on this and say like, I love my dad. He was such an amazing man. But I know that's never going to happen. So, you know, these are very odd terms to be calling an animal
Look,
in the United States. So I'm just kind of
let
curious,
me.
like, does it not translate over or?
Where can I put this?
The girls are asking the
Are you
same
Like
asking
question.
Daddy?
there's a Wikipedia page for Daddy the dog, like the dog that
Is
Caesar
that the
Milan
style of?
had.
Is that the
No,
style of
that's
dog?
no. He's a pit bull, American pit bull terrier. That's the dog. Daddy was the name. There's a Wikipedia page for this one dog, based on which I took the name.
That's not right.
I don't know. I can share it with you, Casey. I'm sending it over now. The Wikipedia page. If you want to share it with the chat, feel free to.
I just Googled it. I'm afraid at what I'm going to pull up here, and I'm looking at it first before I throw it up on the main page for
Yeah,
everybody to
definitely,
see.
definitely.
Yeah, okay. There's nothing terrible here, so I can show this.
No.
This is hopefully I think I looked at all the pictures. Okay, yeah, we're good. As I put it up there. So yeah, this is Daddy right here. Caesar Millen's
Which one? That guy?
Millions. It's millions probably.
Which one? The guy is
Caesar
Daddy?
Milan, I think something like
Milan.
that.
You
Yeah.
you call him Daddy, Caesar?
I thought in Spanish two
No,
L's
man.
was a Y.
I don't know.
Isn't
Like,
yeah, can you help me out here? Is it two L's a Y?
Mia with the L is yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
look,
yeah.
I've watched
In Spanish, but
almost all his videos. That's how he's being addressed. So I don't know. I'm
Mian,
just
Mian is the right way, but you can Milan, like Bella. Some
I've
people are
seen
picky.
I've probably seen weeks of like the dog whisperer content. So they're always referring to him as Caesar Milan.
I'm
I don't know
going
if
to
he's-
scroll down this
Yeah.
page, and I'm going to be very, very careful here as I do, because I'm a little afraid at what I might reveal here. But
You might see a food dog there.
I don't want to. Like, part of me wants to just drag this like really fast, like that. What did you see? What did you see? Did you see anything? I don't know. I don't. Ooh, dangerous.
Yeah, and then that's Daddy, and there's the gray one that shows up in some pictures. That's Junior, so that's another dog that he took in
Mm.
as Daddy was getting older, and he basically replaced Daddy with time. And yeah, yeah. Joe Pounds. My hobby at the time was to kind of teach myself how to train and take care of a dog I was adopting, so that's why I was watching so much content.
Joe says, "Get a hobby."
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm responding to.
Oh man. Jesus United Church says, "Who let my daddy out?" Woof, woof,
Woof, woof. that would be me.
Man, that's an interesting name. I've never really thought about. My dad, when we were growing up, we always used to sit around the dinner table talking about what we would name our next either dog or cat at the time, and we would one of the things that we would always do is what would it sound like if you walked outside and you had to yell the name over and over and over and over because you were calling it. And one of the one of the names for cats that we always came up with was my dad always thought it would be really funny to name a cat Aroma. Because going outside and saying aroma, 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 aroma would be really difficult to do. So that was one of his favorite ones. I think was aroma.
Well, I had my first cat. His name was Sparky. Then first dog, it was a she. It was Lady, and then second dog was Lord. So yeah, strange names for me.
Yeah. I've got like things like Coco, Bear, Bruno, Sadie. Those are some of my past dogs' names.
I have some too.
Quinn.
I've named my dogs Lucifer, Satan.
You did not.
They all ran away.
You lie.
I wonder why.
I don't believe it for 1 second.
You got it, yeah.
Why are you such an angry typer like me, preacher?
A name? Angry what?
You're an angry typer.
I just got into a game, so it's.
Oh, it's intense. It's intensity for gaming. I got it. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah,
all right.
yeah.
I mean, I thought you were literally typing something. I was like, holy crap! I think you might be hitting the keyboard
sorry
harder
about
than
that.
I do.
If it's been too loud.
You should call your keyboard daddy.
I thought he was watching the adult channel. He was just angry.
Did you really name your dog Satan?
No.
Okay.
Bingo. I named my dog Bingo. Bingo.
Was his name-o?
What?
Bingo was his name-o.
What's his name-o?
B-I-N-G-O?
Yeah, that was his name. G-O Bingo was his name.
Get out. No.
B-I-N-G-O.
No, you did not.
I swear.
No,
I
don't believe it. No. I don't believe it.
I'm not. I swear, Casey.
You're
it was a Chihuahua.
You're not an old farmer. I don't believe this. I believe this. I would believe more that you named your dog Satan than I would believe that you named him Bingo.
No, I am serious. I can bring my friend online and he'll tell you.
All right.
I mean, I wish I could call my mom. She'll tell you.
Let's do it. You could call her. Let's call her right now. You got 4 minutes. 3 minutes. No, you got 2 minutes.
I'm being pressured here.
2 minutes to call your mom. Say, Mom, what was the name of my dog tell that my little Chihuahua? What was my little Chihuahua's name?
Yeah.
Call her.
Look, I'll prove it because I got a record.
I'm ready.
I found a record with Casey. I have a record with that Bingo song, and I bought it because of that. I'll prove it like that. Watch. Where is that? Here we go.
What is that from?
What do you mean?
You just said it was a record?
Yeah, record, like an LP.
You just played a record.
Yeah.
You whipped out a record in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, listen.
I've never heard somebody whip out a record in like 2 seconds flat.
I'll whip anything out.
I want to hear it scratch.
I am. Listen.
We can. Oh my god, it's real. That's crazy as shit. Oh my god, it's fucking real.
Wow.
Wow.
I'll whip anything out. In
Oh my god, he literally made it scratch. Okay, I believe you. How is this possible? That is so crazy. You literally just scratched it. That's crazy.
That's such a 90s thing to even hear that.
I mean, I'm serious.
You are. I believe you. Yeah. I fully believe you now.
Here it is.
Like, there's so many young people in this stream probably confused AF. Like, what? No, having no idea what's happening.
I know, but who cares?
Definitely.
This is history being made right here. This is history.
Oh, God.
All right, I gotta go, guys.
1 point for Yucca.
Close the day.
1 point. I'll give you a point for that. Hell yeah, I will. You scratched it and everything. I'll give you 2 points for that. So.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll give you 2 points, man. Yeah, you made me a believer. All right, I'm signing out, guys.
All right.
I'll see you guys later. I'm not gonna come back in, but I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay.
Nice and early.
Thank you. Oh, nice. Yeah, tomorrow. All right. Bye.
Later. He did it, guys. I mean, he legit like scratched the record and everything. I mean, there's no way you can fake that. That was very, very legit. Wow. All right. Bingo was his name, Mo. And unfortunately, it is that time of the day, and you know what that means. Like usual, all good things must come to an end. Spend time with the family. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk. For crying out loud, they like to get outside too. And go for crying out loud to a movie, because that is what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GT. Go. Got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Go. GT. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Econ. Go. DeFeo. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Performance, reducing our stress on the shuttles and brakes to the Sector separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really they are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead, so when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy